Hello, Penguin. Okay, just a quick countdown to begin. I'll be right back. Okay. Let's get going. Okay, so what is the plan for today? The plan is to uh, the plan is to implement authentication, the authentication workflow for D2, like a more realistic version of it. And yeah, that's it. That's pretty much it. So this will involve some persistence work, some adding a sub command, I think, to add a user. What else? I don't know. Stuff like that. Maybe some GUI work on the client side to reflect outcomes in a better way than what we do right now. That kind of stuff. So, hey, Diablo. So, where do we start with this stuff? I think we need to start from the concept of looking up users in the database. We need that. So how do we do this? So right now I have this query that like hard codes two users. I guess the workflow should be that on init you create an admin account, and then you have another command to add users and add roles. So um let's see. Hello, Baumonitor. How's my day going? My day pretty much just started. I mean, I didn't wake up at midday, but I had a slow morning, and yeah, I started working now. Also, you know what? Let's also do this while we're at it. Let's go to Flow. Let's update Flow. Let's update our dev environment. Zig up 0.15.2. Zig build dash d optimize. So I believe the neurosite made a fancier like auto completion menu. So you can take a look at that. I don't know what else he made. He updated. No, he didn't update boxes. That's his stuff. I don't know. Oh, he leaks the JSON updates. Yum, 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 yum. Okay. Go to D2 F. Hey, neurosite. So what do we want to do? We were looking at database, but I think we need to go from yeah, I'm updating my stuff. I need to I think I need to start from server.zig because we need to start by adding subcommands, I think. I think we need to be more serious about our subcommands. Yeah. So I think we need to start making these subcommands on enum. Okay, we have init, run. Then we can have add or modify, or we can. So what should it look like? Should it be D2 add user, or should it be D2 user add? It probably makes more sense to do subject first, because if we don't do that, because we're gonna need to have also like user, I don't know, edit, maybe. There's also roles and other things like D2 role add, enroll, edit, enroll, delete. I guess we'll need to have. Hmm. And then what else will we have? Potentially maybe even D2 emoji add, emote add, maybe. But the key stuff is this one, I think. User add, init. Actually, you could even argue that we should do something like database init, so that we can have database something else. Not sold on that one, but maybe this shouldn't be this should be server init, so that you can have I don't know, like server info, server config, because you might want to change config stuff for the server. You definitely want to change config stuff for the server. Hey, CryptoCode, hello. Or maybe you could even say that this should be D2 config, but it maybe not, because you're not gonna add, delete, or edit config your setting properties in there. So you could argue maybe it could be config set, config get, maybe. Okay. I think that init should make you create an admin user. Set plus delete for users roles too. Upserts. Okay, so you're saying that add and edit are basically the same thing. Huh. That is a reasonable take. Upsert semantics. Maybe. I don't have anything particularly against that. Yeah. I guess my point in here, but fair comment. Thank you for the suggestion. My perspective here was um more strictly about uh enterprise MS SQL. Oh no. Tell me you typoed, and that's a Y that you typoed. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, but I was mostly thinking about the subcommand, this idea, whether to have a resource type before. I think that's how it should be. D2 server init, server info, server run, and then user add, user edit, also user ban, probably, which you could argue is set. Let's do upsert. Should we do upserts for users? I don't think we cannot. I don't think we should do. I don't know. I can see doing upserts for roles. I'm not sure if for users we want to do upserts. But you know what? In any case, this is not important. I think we can commit to the subject verb system. Maybe we can leave init and run for convenience. Yeah, that's a role I'll remove. So we can leave maybe these two as top levels for convenience. Maybe not. User least. That's also reasonable, isn't it? Oh, this is like shedding CRUD over a CLI, right? So you have like we don't have the RESTful API bike shedding, but we have the CLI interface bike shedding. Well, to be fair, though, if you don't do that well, then you end up with something like the Git CLI, which is I don't know, a nightmare. In any case, yeah, fuck it. Let's go for this thing that I was going for. So server, user, role. These are the quantities that we're gonna concern ourselves with in the beginning. So this is gonna be our subcommand. It's not gonna be just it.next. But also I don't think we should call it a subcommand. I think we should call it like resource. That's the kind of resource that we are dealing with. Okay, and then resource is not just it.next or else, but it's also something we need to parse. So how do we do that? Missing resource kind. Boom, fatal help. And then, oh, here's how it works. We switch on something about that, right? It's a switch std meta string to enum. Were those functions really never updated to use the from nomenclature? Oh well. Resource. Okay, server. And that should get us into where do we do the dispatching? I guess it depends. I guess we don't have to be super consistent about this, because for server, I think it would make sense to do more switching in here, but maybe for something else, it would make sense to do more switching elsewhere. Let's see. Git is getting better at least. Yeah, it is for sure. But man, fucking checkout. Even that command, like, never mind. I'm gonna stop. Okay, roll. We can panic to do a bunch of those, but for example, this one, panic to do for sure. User. So what we server is something that we already have, at least some basics. User is what is missing for sure. We need to change also the help menu. Yeah. Hello, could I ask for a tip on writing well-structured code, especially in the case of Zig? Do I study the source code as a learning good practice, or is it rather subjective to everyone? It's a bit of both, but there is a good, very good dose of non-subjectivity. Maybe calling it objective might be an overstatement, but there are definitely many rules that I would say the community at large, like all the people that have enough experience with Zig, will agree are the better way of doing things. Obviously, there are some cases where it's an engineering thing. It's not it's not at all. So you know what? There is an objective aspect to it. Aspect to it. That's the engineering part. For example, I don't know. You need to do random access to something, to a list of elements. You want an array. You don't want a linked list if you can avoid it. You need to search into stuff for keys. You want a hash map. You don't want an array list, because that's suboptimal. With stars, we would need to be more precise to make fully correct statements. But you get the idea. After that, uh, after that, there are a lot of things that are just considered good ideas in the Z community at large. Those might change in the future, probably not dramatically. There might also be some ideas that have not been discovered yet. It happens. It used to happen more, but it still happens that sometimes somebody discovers like a new pattern, and they show it to others, and others see it and say, "Oh, you know what? That's cool. I'm gonna start doing that as well." For example, there used to be a time where we would call allocators, like allocator variables, alloc, a lot. So whenever something accepted an allocator, we would do like alloc. But now some people do that still. It's not the end of the world. But for me personally, if I always say it, whether my allocator, the allocator that I expect to receive, if I'm going to use it as a general purpose allocator, meaning I will use it assuming that the allocator tracks individual allocations and that I'm able to free individual allocations. And instead, I'm going to use Arena whenever I accept an allocator that I'm going to assume does not track individual allocations, and that can be reset at the end all at once. So if I allocate something on GPA and that is a temporary allocation, I will make sure to also have it for free. But if I accept an Arena, then I will not put a defer free, and I will assume that you can do the tracking at the top level because it's an Arena. And yeah, so is the style writing library code or application code? What I just described with allocators, I would say should definitely apply to libraries. And whether you want to do that in your application, it's, I would say, more up to you. I would say that when you're writing library code, you should follow idiomatic Zig rules more precisely because your code is supposed to be used also by other people. That's why it's a library. While your application, you know, it's kind of like you're the king of your own kingdom at that point, even more than when you are making a library. So I don't know, it's up to you. But I do follow these rules in both cases. The only rules that I break, for example, is that when you're writing a library and you want to allocate memory, you almost always have to accept an allocator as input. You need to have the caller be able to decide when they what allocator they want to give you. But when I'm making my own application, sometimes I make global allocators for convenience. Maybe I will one day change my mind and I will stop doing that. But my point is that, you know, it's my application, so at that point it's not meant to be a reusable code, so it doesn't matter much. Or rather, it matters within the application itself. So you could argue that maybe making a global allocator, a global reference to an allocator makes my own code worse. So maybe one day I'll realize that and I'll change my mind. But it doesn't matter. If you do that in a library, though, that is a problem because now your library is not gonna play well with the overall application because the user of your library will maybe want to use a different allocator. Or maybe they have to because they want to build for WebAssembly and they need to give you a WebAssembly allocator, a WASM allocator. Is Arena allocator not the correct when you expect an Arena? You can also do it that way, but Arena allocator is an implementation and it's not an interface. So not only you're saying, I want an Arena allocator, but you're saying, I need that specific implementation of an Arena allocator, which means that if somebody has a different implementation that is still an Arena allocator in terms of usage pattern, but it's a different implementation, it's not std.heap.arena allocator, then they won't be able to use it. If instead you accept the interface, then they can provide a separate implementation. So that said, I wouldn't say that it's categorically wrong to accept a pointer to an Arena allocator. I think there might be cases where it makes sense for you to do that. For example, in cases where you want to control when to reset, like you you want to be given an arena locator because you don't want to make one from scratch, which you can, by the way. You can accept any normal allocator and then build an arena on top of it. So you always have that option. But let's say that there is a reason for you not to want to do that. And so you accept a pointer to an arena locator directly so that you have access also to the reset method. But it's a very specific contract, right? Because you not only you are receiving an arena, but you're also in charge. You're also in charge of resetting it. So that means that whoever made the arena doesn't get to store anything in it, because otherwise you're gonna reset their memory as well. So you can do that. I would say it's more of a specialty thing. I would say that your default option, like what you go for in normally, is just accept the allocator interface. But then there might be cases where you realize you want to try something else, and at that point it makes sense to switch. But no, I would do interfaces by default. If you're learning, what are the best resources to learn Zig? When will the Zig book be available? The answer is never. We're never going to have the Zig book. There are Zig books. There will be more Zig books. We don't have the one book anointed by God. So I actually would caution you against that way of thinking. I know that other languages do that, and it's not like the end of the world. But I do personally believe that it's a limiting way of looking at the problem space of learning a programming language. There is no the book. So here's what I would recommend. Go to ziglang.org, go to the Learn section, take a look at what's in there. Language reference, golden. You need to have scrolled through the language reference at least once. Otherwise, you've never got an option. The language is pretty anointed. Yeah, okay, but it's not. Yeah, for sure. But it's not a book, right? It's the language reference. So language reference, critical piece of knowledge that you need to scroll through. You don't have to read all of it in detail because it's actually not that long. Zig is a simple language. But some things might be above your pay grade when you're getting started. So, but scrolling through it and knowing where everything is will help you in the future. You encounter something new and you say, oh wait, I think I saw in the language reference this thing, like this built-in being mentioned. Let's go now take a look at what that did in practice. Standard library documentation, this is just what's in the standard library in web form. Not bad, but you should not be afraid to read the source code. Actually, not only you shouldn't be afraid, you are expected to be able to read the language source code. You should not stop at the docs. So in practice, that means that you shouldn't be afraid of doing stuff like this. For example, where was I earlier? Server. Here I was using std meta string to enum. Wait, how do I know that this thing exists? Well, you go to std, you do go to definition. You need to have a language server, which I encourage you to set up in your editor. And then you shouldn't be afraid to use go to definition to read definitions. So go to definition and let's see how string to enum works. And you can do that. You can do that with everything in Zig. Some things not everything will be immediately obvious to you. Some things are a little bit, there's like multiple layers of abstraction. So I cannot promise you that every single piece of the standard library that you will read will immediately click for you, but I can promise you it is insanely readable compared to most standard libraries in other programming languages. So do that. Don't be afraid. If I see you complain that the online documentation for the standard library is incomplete, well, this doesn't work because I can't see it, so there's no way for me to know. No, there is. Go read the source code. That is the ultimate truth. Obviously, this tool, but I'm saying this because this tool is not perfect. It's incomplete. There are like missing. There's missing functionality in it, which we will add in the future. But in the meantime, this should not be your limiting factor. It's impossible. You have the ability to read the source code. That's under your purview. Buffer.bytes in Zig, very easy to grab. Yeah, but you know what you can do in Zig? Okay, buffer.bytes. Let's assume that the equivalent of buffer.bytes is, I don't know, let's say that it's std.heap, std.arraylist. Not exactly a one-to-one probably, but let's assume it is. You type that out in your editor, you do go to definition. And now you start chasing definitions in the standard library, you learn more about that. So you can do that. For example, sometimes people say, wait, how do I learn about print format descriptors? You go to definition. Let's see what it says here. Prints to, so std debug print prints to stdr, blah, 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 frame buffer. Use std.log functions for proper logging. Okay, this guy doesn't tell you and doesn't tell you anything about print formatters, but it does do bw.print. So go to definition on this guy and check it out. Now I'm in the print of writer, and there's a gigantic comment that tells me everything about all the format descriptors. So you can learn everything. Just go to definition. Don't even need grep. You can also grep. That's also perfectly legitimate if you prefer that. But like, even if you don't like LSPs, which I could get, just make sure that go to definition works for you. Like, disable everything else in the LSP. Just keep go to definition around. It's just so good. Okay, what else is in here? Section about the build system, some documentation. This one, I think it's important next. So online learning resources. There's an actual book made by a member of the community. So there you go. Here's a Zig book, not the Zig book, which does not exist and will never exist. And I don't know, maybe at some point there will be one book that everybody likes enough to say, you know what, this should be your go-to book for a time. That's fine. But it's not the Zig book. None will ever be. At least as long as I'm around in the Zig community. Then I don't know. I don't know if some evil force takes over. Then the first thing they will do is create the Zig book, maybe. Okay, so this is a Zig book that you can read. Zig.guide, Ziglings, Zig on exorcism, Learning Zig. So this is a series. Learning Zig is a series of blog posts that people tend to like. So this one, people like this a lot. At least some. What else? Ziglings. Ziglings is kind of like Rustlings, but for Zig. So it's a series of broken exercises. So all these files contain a Zig program with some bugs in it. So you open the file in your editor, and a comment tells you how to fix it, tells you what's wrong and how you can make it right. And what you do is that you do Zig build. You keep doing Zig build on the projects, and you will get a build error on the first exercise. Once you fix the exercise correctly, that will build correctly, and then you will have a failure on the second exercise, etc., etc. So I also recommend this one. There we go. If you were learning your first language, what would you recommend? I learned Python at university, but now I'm thinking about something low level, maybe not Zig as the first one. You're asking me two very different questions, huh? Because I guess your second question is, you did learn Python, and now you want to learn something else, but maybe not Zig as the first one, as the first language ever. I think the point is that if you're learning your first language, you're also learning how to program, because to learn how to program, you need to have learned a language as you were doing that. So I guess the question is, should you learn Zig to learn, should Zig be the language that you use to learn how to program? That is debatable. I would say the answer is, it's like two parts. One part is it depends on how is it that you want to learn. Some people prefer to go top down. Some other people prefer to go bottom up. So some people prefer to learn, algorithms and data structures and use a higher level programming language, and then venture into lower level afterwards. Some people like the opposite approach, where they learn bottom up. They learn assembly, they write assembly, and then they work their way up to something more abstracted. I also learned top down, so I think we did something similar. You said you learned Python University. In my case, we were technically learning Java, but I was still doing all my assignments in Python anyway. So so that's one way of doing it. If you did it that way, then yeah, eventually you should drop down to the low level and learn something like Zig. So if your question is, should Zig be or not your first lower level programming language, I would say it can totally be. I would recommend against starting with C, in my opinion, because the ecosystem is full of so much friction and weird problems that I personally never wanted to deal with, that in the past has prevented me from learning lower level programming until I encountered Zig. Like I did learn some stuff, but then I never committed to it because I don't know, just running a fucking C compiler and try to compile something and get a macro error, or it can't find a library because some stupid system integration doesn't work because the distro maintainers have messed with a library, and now something is different than what it's supposed to be, and now you have like a macro expansion problem 50 levels deep, and just no way to know what to do when you're a beginner at that point. So I don't know. I just find it. I just find C. I just find that C has too much friction. So I wouldn't start with C. I would avoid C++ entirely. Hopefully, you can live your life without ever having to learn anything about C++. That's my personal opinion, though. If you do like C++, then I don't know, do your thing. So yeah, I would recommend Zig. It's not perfect because Zig being new means that you have to interact with the community to sometimes to get unblocked, because if you can't figure something out yourself, you will need somebody to help you out, and there's not going to be a endless library of learning materials that has been written in the last 60 years, like there could be for C, except that the one for C has like very varying levels of quality. So of quality. So that's not perfect either. There's also Rust. So if you like C++, maybe consider Rust. I don't like C++, so Rust doesn't click for me either. So I would say that Z is reasonable, but ultimately it's a matter of preference, really. You might turn out that you're somebody that works better with C++ and or Rust, and there's nothing wrong with it. It's definitely not my cup of tea, so I will not try to act as if I like those things. I don't. But ultimately, the point is, can you make good software? Like, what is it the tool that helps you make good software? And some of it's up to personal preference. There's no objective answer. So I don't know. Shop around, see what you like. Just don't make it your entire identity, and then you're gonna be good. So user, how do we structure this stuff? You know what? Panic to do. For now, that's what we do. Let's do server. Okay, for server, we have init and run. So we can do enum command is going to be init and run, as we were saying. So we can basically repeat this stuff again. Except this time it's an actual command. What NeoVim theme are you using? The answer is none at all. I'm not using any Vim theme. So here's what I'll do. I had it a few days ago, but then I lost it. My editor is flow control. So there you go. That being said, sorry, I was being annoying on purpose. My editor is not Vim, but the theme is called AYU something something IU Dark maybe. In any case, it's one of the IU themes. So yeah. What's your opinion on Julia? I don't have a super strong opinion because I never used it much. When I was doing like data analysis, data engineering, Python, I was using Python and Julia was kind of getting started. So you could do stuff with Julia, but you were mostly, buying into this new ecosystem that wasn't as polished as the Python one. So I don't know. It's a higher level programming language for data analysis, and I don't do that right now. So I don't have a strong opinion. I know that people were saying that on one hand it's nice because it can do feels like a higher level language with a low level performance. Yeah, that's what they all want to. That's what they all want you to believe, right? I believe that Julia is supposed to have better performance than Python. Yes, in general as a language, and I remember that it was able to do a bunch of I don't like generics plus monkey patching. Like you could like import a library that was able to like use other type definitions and like compile in a smart way and be efficient still. So that's good. But I also remember that people were saying that some of this stuff was at times janky and you would end up with incomprehensible errors because of these interactions between different libraries. So I don't know. And also Python, I think, has gotten better with the new Rust packages, like Polars, I think. Basically, the new generation of stuff that is in some ways replacing pandas. So I don't know. I don't have a strong opinion. I think it's fine. I think there are reasons. They're all, you know, if you do that actively, you will probably have more refined opinions than I do. But at a first approximation, I think they're all reasonable tools for doing data wrangling, data engineering. But how can I say? Be aware that there are very hard limits in how you can get low level performance from this kind of tooling, even the most sophisticated one ever made. And it's my point is that, in my opinion, if you want to be a well-rounded software engineer, you need to learn low-level programming, not by using a high-level programming language that promises you this kind of stuff. You need to drop down to the low level yourself, learn things for yourself. And at that point, once you do things yourself, only at that point you will be able to truly judge the promises of these tools. Julia, Python, Mojo, Polars, whatever Apache, Parquet, Arrow, or whatever serialization thing they're using now. All these things are promising you amazing performance. They are putting some effort into it, and they can show results. And you can always compare them against what you had before and see if it's an improvement, obviously. But you're always gonna be naked at the mercy of marketers if you never learn how to do this stuff yourself. There's literally no other option. If you think that you're, oh, I'm a developer, I'm smart, I'm immune to marketing, you're fucking not. Everything that you use that you don't know how to make yourself, the only hope you have to understand how to reason about this thing is through the eyes of marketing. So be aware of that. Uncomfortable truth, but truth nevertheless. They don't overpromise anything. No, they don't. They just promise the bare minimum, basically. Honestly, I think we forgot to specify what type of enum do we want to turn this string to. Okay, so okay, I'm leaving these two things as to dos. For server, I'm for now accepting init and run, which is better than nothing. For init, I think we need to. Oh, you know what? We also need add the user, but I guess we'll do that later. So for init, we have an init definition in another file, or never mind, it's in this same file. Okay. And what it does is called database.init, which is fine. Oh, there we go. We used to have some prototyped things, but we don't anymore, huh? Okay, so we have the remaining arguments. Let's now properly model a init command. So const command equals struct. In this case, we're not just looking at a subcommand. Maybe I should have called this thing a subcommand for removing some confusion. Where is it? Okay. So here we do have the actual command for init, which I think should be like this. Init should accept a username and a password, or just a password for the admin account. So I guess we can call the admin account admin always. No, I don't think we should. So user, admin user, admin password, admin user, admin password. Probably the server should have a name. Maybe we can do it even like this. Server struct name admin username password. Okay, there we go. So server admin, maybe where to place the database file. Yeah. DB path. Consuate. So this is our command. Okay, let's start parsing this bad boy. Lots of fun. Okay, so how do we do this? While it.next, while it.next, arg. Oh, actually, with an iterator, it's okay, it's fine. Okay, so we can do if. So how should these things look like? Let me think about it for a second, because I think we need a fatal help also for this guy. Yeah, I think this stuff should go in a different file. Okay. Um, I'm gonna take a quick break from the parsing code here to set up my help menus, right? And that will also allow me to design how I want these flags to work. Let's see. I don't buy the lang is just a tool bit. It's just a tool for those that don't care about computer programming. What? My friend, if you care about computer programming, then what you care is computer, and you care about programming computer. You program computer so you care about what your computer can do, which means that you should care about, for example, the instruction set of your CPU, the capabilities of your system, how much memory you have, bandwidth that buses have, that kind of stuff. And then you care about how you make those things do stuff. And different programming languages, they all end up converging into making you set the behavior of your computer. There could be languages that work better for you. There could be languages that work less well for you. It doesn't matter. That's what you should be caring about the most. But also, as a user of software, you should care. And this is genuinely good advice that I'm giving you. As a user of software, so as a software developer, you make software. But it doesn't matter how much software you make, because on average, statistically, you are way more likely to be a user of software than the author of software. So it is definitely, without a doubt, in your best interest that the people around you on the planet are set up so that they can make the best software they can, so that they can make that better software also for your consumption, for you to consume. And if for them, a language that you don't like works better, if a language that you really don't like makes them make better software, you want them to use that language without a doubt, because of that way they make software that you can use. Because it doesn't matter how proficient, powerful, strong, amazing as a software developer you are a user first, you're a developer second, statistically speaking. And that is true for every single motherfucker on this planet. Never forget this. So, yeah. What irks me with Julia, I used it in a couple of my projects, is that it's developing in a university and they put a lot of constraints on the growth compared to an open source project. Wait, isn't Julia open source? How does Zig handle string UTF-8, UTF-16, or not UTF-8? So, okay. I see you use a slice of U8. Any problem with string management using it? That is so the answer is easy, and the answer is like, no, there's no problem with it. All those things. So in Zig we use UTF-8 predominantly. Like string literals are UTF-8, and we tend to assume that the system uses UTF-8, or rather, we hope that the system uses UTF-8 in a sense. But not all systems do. For example, Python uses UTF-16, or uses a weird version of UTF-16. And it works because, for example, when you get CLI arguments from Windows, you get them encoded as UTF-16. And so when you do process arg iterator, this guy will take care of decoding, or I should say maybe transcoding those UTF-16 strings into UTF-8 strings so that you can use them normally. But I don't know, it's fine. It works. You just need to be aware of those things. So there's no magic string type that does, conversion validation for you. And the fact that you manage these things explicitly means that, I don't know, you always have the chance of doing the right thing trivially. And more often than not, you're operating in an ecosystem that standardizes around UTF-8, so you don't have to do anything. There's also cases where you don't even need to be aware of the encoding, because you can do a form of like pass through, where whatever you get is whatever you ship back. Unless you decide that you want your thing to complain if, I don't know, you receive invalid UTF-8, you can totally do that. We have this. We have std.unicode, which you can use to get information about code points. It does UTF-8 stuff and UTF-16. The UTF-16 stuff is because of, well, Windows, as I was saying. I don't think we have anything for UTF-32. Actually, I might be wrong, but either case, you don't see UTF-32 a lot around. So whatever. And then if you want something more sophisticated, which is something that you don't get from your programming languages anyway, almost ever. And by that, I mean stuff like, for example, Unicode aware string sorting. Your programming language, that's actually a foot gun in most programming languages, because you think your programming language tells you that there's a string type. And so you might be tricked into thinking that the programming language understands those things as strings fully, and it usually doesn't. So, for example, sorting strings seems trivial, right? And it is trivial in if the strings are ASCII. But if the strings, regardless of this encoding, that this is irrelevant. But if your string contains, like, I don't know, Arabic letters or Chinese ideograms, how do you sort them alphabetically? What does that even mean in that context? How do you do word wrapping? When you're wrapping a sentence written in a Latin alphabet, you have spaces, and you go on a new line on a space. But there's no spaces in Chinese ideograms, or like how do you break these things? How do you know if how do you know what is the uppercase version of a letter? Does it even have an uppercase variant? So all this information exists in the Unicode standard. But it's like, if you're using Go, for example, Go doesn't understand any of that shit, or even grapheme clusters. When emojis combine together, your language, generally speaking, doesn't understand that either. Swift understands some of this stuff, but I think not all of it. I may be wrong, but Swift is weird. There's like downsides in having your language have this stuff built in Zig. We used to have, let's see, Unicode Zig. We used to have GZ, but what is the new and hot Unicode library that people say you should be using? UUcode. This one on oh yeah, I started. That's Unicode library for Zig. So yeah. So this one tells you tells you if something is uppercase, lowercase. It gives you the uppercase version if you want. It tells you if something is a number. It tells you it allows you to iterate grapheme clusters. So there we go. It's a library. You know that you need to use it in some circumstances, and I don't know, you just do. That's it. So strings encodings are problematic, and something that you should worry about in higher level programming languages, where you nor the implementers really understand what's going on. Like the difference between, for example, I don't know, the difference between Unicode and UTF 8, 16, and 32. Sometimes people get those things confused, even though they are like different things. So I don't know. It's not a big deal. First, it's technically UCS2, not UTF-16. I think people. I am not sure about the nomenclature. In the Z standard library, the Windows variant of UTF-16 is called the WTF-16. So is UCS2 like is UCS2 like an 8-bit variant? UCS2 is UTF-16 without surrogates. Okay. Okay. Well, let me go back to my thing here. So resources you can manage. Server allows to uh, start, well, initialize, run, and manage server, initialize and run a server, manage its settings. I think I want this to be lowercase. No, I'll go uppercase. Okay, server, user, create, update, ban, delete users. Role, create, update, delete roles. I think this is it. And then we can do use v2s role, resource help for resource specific help. There we go. So this is going to be our help menu. Any Win22 library call that ends in W for wide is cursed. Do not use unless you need pre-Vista support and you know what you're doing, TM. I think we use W versions. I don't... I think we generally use W versions instead of the ASCII variants. I think there are some problems with the ASCII variants. And NTFS file names must be UCS2 RIP. But I think there are some limitations that the ASCII version of those libraries have sometimes. Oh man, it's very vague memory that I have, so I can't bring up any specific example because I just do not remember. But yeah. OS string in Rust is right. Yeah, the Rust string type. Picked anything for hashing yet? Something like Argon 2? I'm actually really open to suggestions. So do you think that Argon 2 is a good idea? Do we have it in the standard library? I'm happy to pick I'm assuming that okay, it's in the standard library. I'm assuming that the methodology is still the same, right? You have something that hashes the password and does a number of loops, and then you just need to write down how many loops you did. And then you bump up the number. Like you probably need to have a command to bump up the number for increase in security in the future or something like that? Or is there like a new approach to this stuff? It's been a while since I've done any of these. This is webby work. It's been a while. Store salt and params. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, right. Okay, so nothing crazy has happened in the password space since I I was doing this stuff last. Actually, they should be like this. Okay, so that means that first of all, we need to implement version and help. So let's go do that. We had this fatal help down here, but we don't have to worry about that. Also, string to enum returns an optional. So we need to do. Give me a sec. I'm gonna check on one thing very quickly. Okay. I'm I might know what's going on. We'll see. Okay, so what were we doing? Help menu. So or fatal help in case that actually this is not just fatal help. You know what? Let's get funky. Check this out, or else fcd debug.print. Man, putting this whole stuff in. I think that there is an electric appliance that, when turned on, causes havoc in the Ethernet connection, because I do have an Ethernet cable that runs through the walls, and that makes me drop my internet connection. That is my theory. Okay, so instead of getting too clever with this stuff, let's just do it normally. There we go. Okay, so help can also be fatal help. Okay. I think that when I bought it, I did this work myself, and I think I did buy a shielded cable, and this hasn't happened in the past. So I don't know. I've been here for a few years, so I don't know. It might be that the cable got slightly ruined when it was moved through the walls. Maybe it's something shielded keystones. What's a shielded keystone? I'm actually not even sure what a keystone is in this context. Wall jack. Okay. Um, Have to mention an exit with an error. Yeah, you know what? I don't care. I like the fact that I want to use the help menu as an exit one sometimes, and even if it exits with exit one other times, who cares? At the end of the day, you're never invoking help programmatically. You're invoking help as a human. So even if the error code is one at the end, what difference does it make to you? I mean, it does make a bit. Maybe you'll see the red thing in your terminal, but eh. Now watch me return non-zero for printing the version. I'm joking. No, that one I'm gonna do right. Let's do exit version, so that fatal implies bad stuff, exit implies non-bad stuff. To be fair, if I do this, I could do exit help and fatal help. Nah, I'm gonna leave that one as is. So let's do exit version. Exit version. No return. And we do I have some, like, I do have options. Is options.version. What's in my options? Contains slow echo. Okay. Options.add option string version, and it's gonna be b.option consuate override version. Oh, right now we have server and client that exist in the same thing. So that means that we cannot make separate releases. I think in the future we'll have to split this project in two, unfortunately. If some LLM invokes the help menu to understand the exposed commands, oh no, this will make it worse for the LLMs. No. Actually, that's a fair comment. Thank you. I did not think about this use case. That is real. Still don't care, so I'm not gonna do anything about it. But that's actually a very good counterpoint. Completely did not think about it at all. Override version. Override the version of D2, or else there you go, or else download version. So version to override version. Otherwise, we use the version that we have in our zone file. So now in server we can do options of version. Actually, we can just straight up do sd debug print options.version sd process exit 0. There we go. So exit version. So we print the version. We have a nice menu, in my opinion. This is decent. So this is nice. Now, that means that we want server to be its own file. And this is going to be interesting because we already have in source, we have a file called server, which is our main entry point for the server. And that is reasonable. What should we do in alternative? Well, we should, if we stuff in something, like we make it different files, then they will have to exist on the server. So let's do 3 server. What's in there? In there, there's data with some, temporary stupid things, and database. So I might not have shielded RJ45s. Yeah. I'm not sure. I think, I mean, we did the crimping ourselves. Man, this has been like 8 years ago, so it's been a long time. You know what? I'm not even 1000% sure the problem is in the cables in the wall, because I have cables in the wall and then I have cables that run from the wall socket to my computer. And those cables also run along, they are not in the wall, they don't run along power lines, but I'm wondering if it's not the internal cable but rather the external cables, because also on the other side there's the wall socket and um, an external cable that runs from the wall to the router. So maybe it's those cables that are picking up interference. I don't know. In any case, I'm not sure. Then I'll need to experiment more to really know which is it. Yeah, I don't know. To be fair, I'm assuming, I'm suspecting this might be it. I don't know for a fact yet. Let's say that we have one data point where an appliance was turned on around the same time that I dropped connection. I think we need at least a couple more data points to really be more sure. It could just be a coincidence. Have fun. Um, so what I was saying is that we uh, want init to be in a different file, and that part does make sense. So, uh, how do we do this in terms of files? We could do right now init. Well, there's database.init. So to be clear, microwaving tea has never given me any trouble in any shape or form. It's just only been good for my health. Uh, I'll make a confession though. A few weeks ago, a few weeks ago, I had some cold tea, and I said, well, what could go wrong if I try to warm it up, a cup of it, in the microwave? Um, I don't recommend it. It actually turns the tea into, I don't know, sweet, vaguely flavored, vaguely aromatized water. Just not good. The microwave on already brewed tea doesn't do it good. Whatever the internet is going in on, it's fiber optic, so I don't think that's a problem. It does the same to coffee. Uh, well, makes sense. I guess all the aromatic stuff doesn't survive the spinning. Unfortunate. Wait, that might that might say something then about putting the tea bag in the microwave, doesn't it? I guess the assumption is that you put the bag in it, you warm up the leaves, but then the aromatics haven't come out of it yet or much. And so this, no, no. I am starting to see maybe how putting the tea bag in the microwave along with a cup of water might not do it much good. Hmm. Hmm. So we're organizing these commands by resource. What are going to be the corresponding files? We can create, for example, resources, and then instead of each resource, we create something. I think that having run instead of server.zig is not a bad idea. Or we could do that server has inside of it immediately init, run, and whatever other command. And then we have that contains user commands. I think that would work. So that would mean doing this: touch init.zig, touch run.zig, touch mkdir user, mkdir role, and then touch user slash put.zig, touch role slash put.zig, touch user slash delete.zig, touch role slash delete.zig. Actually, maybe these implementations are going to be small enough that they could probably be grouped together. Oh shit, I'm in the wrong directory. Am I? Ah, Okay, so we have maybe I'm probably gonna delete database.zig. Basically, init.zig is you know what? I should just rename it at this point. It does smell good. Well, I mean, I usually do that with tea that is not particularly, fancy, so it's fine. I feel I can tell that it's not fancy tea, or maybe it's just the microwave overheats the water. There might be that at play too. I don't know. Listen, in any case, I'm not microwaving tea much anymore. Okay, now that I don't do coffee anymore, I'm getting more serious with my tea. So I'm trying to drink loose leaf tea, and I have a kettle, and I have a ceramic pot, and I'm doing a good job. Except that one time where the tea was cold, and I said, "But what if I warm it up by microwaving it?" But I learned my lesson. I did learn my lesson, so not doing that anymore, or like ever again. Okay, I think we are in a good spot because now we can take this. Oh man, I can't wait for Neurosite to implement full Helix mode. Then we can go into init, duplicate function init. Yeah, god damn it. Um, yeah, so let's comment this stuff out because I don't know what's going on in there. We do it here. There we go. We just need to do argument parsing. Um, this guy can go in here, which is now better. Okay. Um, or even better, we move this guy to the end. And so then we can give it a parse method. Function parse. Uh, it is pointer to kp multiply is unbound. Wait, what? Oh, wait a second. What? Um, I am experiencing stuff. I'm experiencing stuff. Wait a second. Where's my? Holy shit! That's what happened. No, that okay. I was in Emacs mode, but did I? How did you get into Emacs mode? I don't know. That is a good question. Like, okay, I have here this, but I didn't press that. I'm actually surprised. Why? Why is my star not working? KP multiply is unbound. I think this is something that changed with the new update to Flow. Yeah, because this is supposed to be just a star in insert mode. This should not be. Uh, Wait, are you serious? I don't know if I think this might be. I think this is in Flow. I don't think this is me doing weird stuff with my keyboard because in Helix I can still do the star normally. I didn't know that I had QWERTY in here if I do this. But that's probably just me not realizing. But Neuroside, be careful because I think that this was not the case before. I've definitely written code with pointers, and now I'm having trouble. It doesn't work. What does show input say? Um, I don't know. What does this say to you? I have no idea what that means. So this is definitely the keybind that I have in here right now. It is correct that this is the multiply keyboard, the multiply key in in a numeric block. Numlock is on or something. Oh Jesus! I don't have numlock. I think. Hmm. No, I'm not using an actual numeric lock, but I have an advantage, and I did bound that keybind to the star button of a numeric block. Uh, Advantage 360. Config. Key map. I don't think I have a numlock anywhere. Wait, but I do have. I can control this stuff with a on with a software keyboard. Can I not? I think I should be able to do that. Maybe on Windows. I'm not sure, but I don't think I have that stuff anywhere bound. Oh yeah, I totally have QWERTY bound to this layer. That's funny. Okay, do I have any weird shit in here? This is backspace. Keypad number 0. Oh, maybe this is it. Maybe I did press something in here. Maybe this is it. Yeah, maybe this is it. Okay. I do have Namalock. I definitely have Namalock, and I can see that I'm toggling it. But this doesn't make a difference for flow. So the way it works is that I have my main layer, which has not my main layer. I have this layer here, which is the layer that has symbols in it, where um I have the caret here, the ampersand, and then the star, left parenthesis, right parenthesis. So when I have this layer on, I'm pressing multiplier on the keyboard basically. I I now was able to use this layer plus this keybind to toggle my num lock, but it didn't make any difference. KP multiply is not bound in flow. Oh, but it should be a star, right? In insert mode. I don't know how that translates concretely, but have I really never written a pointer type in Helix? Sorry, in flow yet? But it makes sense for it to be the character, right? When at least when in insert mode. DB path. Yeah. Okay, and we need fatal help for this guy. Okay, so this is gonna be D2 server command available commands. Okay, what are my available commands in this case? Well, it's not really something like that, right? More than commands or oh, wait a second. Here we are not just inside D2 server. This is init. I feel like I'm forgetting something along the way. Give me a sec. Server side command, and then we're selecting init. So perfect. This also needs to have help. And init is our function here. So we have already selected server init. Okay, so server init command. And so it's not that, but it's options or flags. I think flags is a flag. Does the name flag imply that there is no argument? In that case, it should be options. Yeah, then options. Okay. Also, um, well, well. Now this is where it gets interesting because options means that you can kind of skip them, but we are kind of making them mandatory. So maybe instead of options, we just say that explicitly. It's init dash dash server name equals name admin username equals admin username admin password equals admin password. And then this is optional, db path equals db path. This is kind of the invocation. Or instead of spelling them explicitly in here, which makes this super long, we make options, but then we can maybe, if we don't put it in square brackets, then we are saying that options are necessary. Alternatively, we make them positional, but making them positional seems very error prone. Like these are 3 strings. There's no reasonable way of knowing that you put the wrong value. So like that you mix them around by mistake. So I think the flags are kind of necessary. But we also want to explain what these things do. Maybe we can do it like this. Required options. And then we do it like this. There will be more of these things in the future. These can be shortened maybe. Admin user, admin pass. Let's call them maybe arguments. Required args, and we say required arguments, optional arguments. Hmm. Um, you know what? I learned that I like this because sometimes I want to do something that is slightly non-standard, and I still have the option of doing that. And ultimately, um, for me, the even more compelling option is that those libraries do metaprogramming. Then a new version of Zig comes out. I want to update to a new unstable version of Zig, and those libraries are lagging behind. And fixing them myself requires digging through all their metaprogramming, and I don't want to do that. I used to use Clap, I think, and man, whenever Clap broke, it's like I didn't feel like updating it ever. So this has like a fixed cost in that sense. So do, 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 do. I think this is not too bad. Does SQLite have also an uppercase L? I think it does. Anyway, there might be more arguments in the future, but you know, I think this is good. So this is a good help menu, which also tells us how to do the parsing now. It's not gonna be too bad writing down the parsing, so it's fine. Okay, so I think I'm gonna need to do a lunch break, so I'm gonna put a 15-minute countdown for it. So Bork AFK 15 minutes. There we go. And then we continue with the authentication workflow. So I'll be right back. I'm back. Do. Hope everybody is doing fine. Okay, so we didn't really lose everything. Okay, let's resume the work. Okay. I'm I'm considering whether instead of flags we should make this interactive, but eh, that's another layer of complexity. We're not going to deal with that right now. Okay, so while I hit on next, mm, uh, okay, just a normal arg iterator. Sounds good. Okay, while I hit next, wait, why am I not required to try this? Why is this not trying anymore? Libvaxis server management TUI. Yeah, that would be cool. Although, in all honesty, I think that server administration should probably be 50-50 a web interface and in client stuff. So, like, if you're in client and you're a server admin, you have some extra stuff. But I don't think that everything should be in a client application necessarily. And that maybe some stuff is accessible through a web interface or, the CLI here. I don't know. We'll see. So server name, server and admin name, admin password. Um, if equal, actually we don't just want equal, we also want starts with. SW. That's a funny name. SW starts with arg. So that's going to be dash dash server name. And then we do stuff. So there we go. Okay, if it starts with server name, then we do if arg. So we want to check for the equal sign, or do we not support equal sign? You know what? Maybe we just don't support equal signs for now, for simplicity. In other stuff that I made, we do support equal signs optionally. In this case, so let's not do starts with. Let's just do equal if equal blah blah blah. Then we do if server name. This is different than null. Fatal. Or we're gonna need also fatal. Fatal. Duplicate server name argument. think it's still uppercase debug. Breakpoint otherwise, SCD process exit 1. No built-in. Yes, built-in. Oh, I typed it. Built-in. Okay, this is not just FMT, but this is fatal error colon space plus FMT plus plus new line. There we go. Perfect. So there we go. Otherwise, if equal, arg with admin name, kind of like the same thing. There should be a next match. What? Huh. In your side, I think I'm now even more convinced that there is something that has changed in flow, because not even normal mode star, which should add to the search register, works anymore. And this used to work. Okay, let me see if by any chance the keypad stuff makes a difference. No, it doesn't. Yeah, I think this is something that broke in a commit, or that somehow changed. Are we currently not yet backshooting SSH keys and username suffixes? No, not yet. For now, it's just bare bones logins that have no special meaning. So yeah. How can I convert usize to U8? Well, you can do that. Const num usize equals int cast. Sorry, it's the opposite, right? This is a U8, and then my usize. So you have a usize variable, and you can int cast it into a variable of type U8. This works. Be careful though that you are asserting that the number in your usize is less than 256. So don't you need trunk? Maybe. Let's see. Sorry, my usize. No, it works. Truncate is what you want if you're fine with losing, like if you assume that your number could be bigger, and then your conversion, you want your conversion to just drop the extra bits, and you're fine with that. So in that case, yeah, you can trunk. But otherwise, This assumes that my U size is U size, but it's never going to be big. Alternatively, you have to use different methods. So I guess it depends on the semantics that you want. I struggle with pointers, dereferencing operators and pointer arithmetics and casting pointers to different casts. I'm going to improve this side to better learn a language like Zig, C, etc. My recommendation is use Zig, don't use C. C makes this stuff weirdly confusing. You don't really need to learn pointer arithmetics. You can delay learning doing arithmetic with pointers until you understand pointers, like normal pointer operations, really well. So I would start with that, and then I don't know. You probably need some projects to, you know, to learn. That basically makes you do this stuff in small doses, and then you follow those projects, and hopefully, you learn also other stuff, not just pointer casting. So yeah, find a project where you have a clear aim in mind. And then when you have to deal with pointer casting, if you find something that is confusing, go to AZ community, ask for help. The fact that you have a use case in mind where you are trying to achieve something specific will help people give you meaningful advice, because without a specific goal, um we can talk about rules of things, but so you know what, I can also link you to these resources. uh dev.to post. I was not thinking of the one by Toxie. There's another one taken from Zieglings. Zieglings has some exercises about pointers. So if you do Zieglings, which is not, well, go to zieglings.org, which sends you to Codeberg. Zieglings has a bunch of tiny exercises. I forgot about this, but yeah, they do have also exercises about pointers. So you do exercises, do them in order, don't skip. But then you reach to, what was it, 54? Yeah, they do have some exercises about pointers in here, so maybe that can help you. There's also this. Why is this sending me to a specific video every single time, man? Zig pointer conundrums. There's this video that I made a while ago. Kind of old, but should still apply. Sorry, this video has a playlist attached to it. I don't know what you're gonna get, but the video, you also get the video, so that should be fine. Okay. Okay, the only thing that we're missing is DB path now. There we go. So with this, we have all the parsing, and then where we are at the end, oh, we forgot to do this. Kind of important. Okay. I'm using .db as the file extension. Maybe I should use SQLite 3 as the extension, but oh, whatever. D2.db. There we go. The theme that you're seeing here on the left is IU Dark, or it's one of the IU AYU themes. Okay, there we go. Hello, Ready Player Parker. How do I do? I'm doing fine, thank you. I'm writing authentication code for my chat application. So, is there greater joy in the life of a man? Maybe. There might be, but if it does, then I just don't know about it. Okay, so server admin db path, otherwise d2.db. Probably want to say this. Defaults to. Actually, we can put a dot in here and we can just say defaults to d2.db. There we go. Okay. So I think we have all the command parsing code written down. I'm starting to think that we could improve fatal help at this point. I think we could do it this way. Oh, but it would have to be optional, and we don't want to make it FMT. But we do want to make it FMT. Oh, crap. Never mind. Let's see. How are you finding the new IO stuff? Comes out next release, isn't it? Been holding off diving into Zig because it seems like a major change. It is big change. I would say it's a big addition, but it's not a big change. The big change is already in the latest tagged version of Zig. So I would actually say that you would not be wasting your time if you started with 0.15.2, which is the current tagged version, because the by far biggest and most breaking change that we had was in the reader and writer interfaces, which ties into async. But what we already have in the tagged version, even if we don't have async in the tagged version, the how can I say, you can already get used to how IO reader and IO writer work, and that is in my opinion the majority of the work. Then yeah, you're not gonna be able to do IO.async or IO.concurrent. For that, you need an unstable build of Zig right now. And yes, this will come out in 0.16. I cannot promise you that 0.16 will be complete, or well, I mean, most definitely will not be 100% complete, but I don't know what the level of completeness will be. I can tell you though that my chat application that I'm writing here, just look at server for example, it's all async. So it's all async here. Where is it? IO concurrent this, IO concurrent that. Cancel, wait and cancelable. So group, cancel groups, accept connections, stuff them via concurrent in a group, spawn two futures, select on them. So in any case, you will definitely have enough stuff to do most normal things. There will most probably be, bits and pieces, corner cases, less mainstream APIs that will probably need some more work, alternative implementations of the IO interface, but there's definitely more than enough to play with, and yeah. So go for it. This is a good time. Both if you want to do 0.15.2 right now, because you have the new IO interfaces, will require you a bit of work to get used to, because they have a lot of interesting things that you can do with them, and they force you to think about buffering. But alternatively, you could even download an unstable build of Zig and start getting access to IO.async and IO.concurrent right away. And you could do some stuff over the holidays or something. Yeah. Okay. What's your guess on the ATA for 0.16? Are you using TCP for text chat and UDP for voice chat? Yes. You want to have a control plane that is over TCP so that you can have reliable communication. And then you want to have multimedia go over UDP instead. So I think that's kind of the only reasonable setup you can have. Everything else is tortured. Like if you try to do reliable delivery over UDP on your own, then you're kind of reinventing the wheel. I guess you can do it, but you obviously would need a strong reason to opt out of TCP while still wanting to maintain reliable delivery. Quick is the only reasonable option. Yeah, agreed. And vice versa. You probably would not have a good time if you try to send multimedia or TCP. Okay, so we have a command. We were saying in our init, we parse a command. CMD equals parse IT. Parse can't even fail because if parse fails, we just straight up no return. So it's success or nothing. And then we connect. DB name is not hard coded anymore. DB name is cmd.db path. Oh, we're starting to remove some of the hard coded stuff and make it properly parameterized. This is delightful. Oh man, what is this crap? Look at this. This should be a fatal. Fatal. Enable to load database file. Let's print what this is. Also, this can be a T. Also, you know what? This is okay. This is fine. No more process X1 because fatal is already no return. Defer connection close. Try load schema. Let's use proper Zig stuff. What's your general thoughts on Quick for D2? I don't think I want to have anything to do with it unless I have to. And I think that if I have to, then it should be WebRTC. So I don't think I have reason to care about Quick at all. So this calls load schema. I think we should call it like create schema or like write schema, write tables. Or no, I think there's a better way. Init tables. Yeah, I'm gonna call it init tables. So this writes down all the tables. Oh, we have DB fatal also. Interesting. Okay. Is the SQLite encrypted at rest? Currently, no. Currently, nothing is encrypted. Should SQLite be encrypted at rest? I don't think so. Because I think that if you want to do encryption, either the entire hard drive is encrypted, or like I'm not sure which threat model encrypting at rest would like how that would help with the threat model. Because I'm trying to think, like, if somebody has access to the machine, I mean, sure, somebody could have access to the machine and copy the database and then leave. And if the database is unencrypted, then they have the database. If the database is encrypted, then they don't have the database unless they made sure to copy also the key. Encrypted rest has no threat model, no threat with a T. Like, what are you trying to defend yourself against? Like, you need to define what is the possible threat situation, because otherwise, you slap stuff around, but then it's not even clear what exactly is it that you're trying to achieve. So I don't know. Maybe there are some use cases for that, but I mean, for encryption at rest. But yeah. What if your thread actor is the Mossad? Okay, so in tables, apparently load is not being called at all. Oh, right, because load is, man, such a shitty naming that I was using. Because init tables creates the tables, while this guy was not the commented stuff, but this guy here, load, is actually loading this stuff in memory. This mutates a host. Okay. Okay, it makes sense for this to live here. At least it did in the past. Now less so. In any case, one step at a time. So we're still missing some stuff because we need tables, which is delightful, but then we need to add users. Maybe init tables should take also the command. And instead of adding users like this, it adds the admin. Oh, this is creating more than one user, but I guess we can reuse the same syntax for a single user, I think. So we can do, so this becomes, oh, do I need to put quotes? No, I think it's $1 without quotes. And I'm guessing password. Oh, shit. Okay, let's see. ID create updated, handle, password hash, password loops, and I guess we also need salt. Different salt per user or one salt per server? I guess salt per user doesn't hurt, so might as well. I don't know if I'm using the right types for this stuff though. Text covers random bytes. I think it does, right? It doesn't have to be encoded as any encoding. So it's just a variable length bytes. So that should be fine. Probably we could be more precise. But I think it's fine. CryptoCode earlier mentioned something from the standard library to use for this. I guess it's time to do the hashing. If you use Argon 2, STD gives you stir hash, which you store and later call stir verify on. Okay. How does one learn these dark crafts of database incantations? You mean SQL syntax? The SQLite website has a lot of information. It doesn't have everything that you need, especially when it comes to crafting queries, where you're like doing complicated data transformations. But stuff like creating tables is somewhat tied to the specifics of the database that you're using. So all the things that a database allows you to do, you learn on the website of the database. Like if I was using something else, like MySQL, these types would be slightly different. They tend to be roughly the same, but they always have tiny differences in semantics. Okay, Argon 2, we were saying. Okay, so std crypto Argon 2, uppercase A. Okay, we go look into crypto. Search for Argon. PWH. Oh, you know what? Let's read. Oh, holy shit, this is so nice. Let's read also some comments. In password hashing functions, derives a uniform key from low entropy input materials such as passwords. It's intentionally slow or expensive. With the standard definition of a key derivation function. If a key space is small, an exhausting search may be practical. Password hashing functions make extensive searches way slower or way more expensive. Interesting that these slower and expensive are said explicitly. I guess because some algorithms are not particularly slow, they just eat a ton of memory, I guess. So you can't try too many. They're like slow enough, but memory hungry, I'm guessing, more than anything else. Anyway, even if implemented on GPUs or ASICs by using different optionally, different optionally combined strategies. Lot of computation cycles. Okay, lots of memory, multiple CPU cores, cache local data, large statistic tables, avoiding precomputations and or time memory trade-offs. I guess the computation stuff is the salt. Multi-party computations, combining the input material with random per entry data, salts. Application-specific context and keys. Okay, password hashing functions must be used whenever sensitive data has to be directly derived from a password. Sounds good. And we're saying Argon 2. So we're not doing bcrypt. Wait, bcrypt and scrypt used to be the ones, right? BPKDF2. Wait, is that was that something that we used for Wi-Fi stuff? In any case, crypto says that Argon is the way, so we go Argon. Let's see, the threat stack is at rest, i.e. encrypt the drive with both SED and the encryption of your OSFS over the cabling, part of Opal. Opal isn't just SED. Encrypting PCIe, encrypting RAM, storing keys in hardware, escrow TPM, using real literalization in case of VMs. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm fine for now. So let's take a look at Argon 2. So how do you use Argon? Wait, why is these many params, man? Where's my init? Give me a simple init. Password, salt. Okay, we have to define params. We have to define dklen. And then we have to define mode. I mean, what are the chances that they fuck up some of these settings and we come up with something borked? There's just no way, right? So let's see. At time cost, which defines the amount of computation realized and therefore the execution time given number of iterations. Memory cost. Holy shit, parallelism degree. That is so cool that you can specify all these quantities. Okay, it used to be that you were just saying, look, dude, run this thing in a loop like a bajillion times. And now this is much more sophisticated. Secret. The secret parameter. Wait, the secret is different than the salt? So there's like a secret that you put on top of the salt, which is used for keyed hashing. This allows the secret key to be input at hashing time from some external location and to be folded into the value of the hash. This means that even if your salts and hashes are compromised, the attacker cannot brute force to find the password without the key. Right. So it's like special salt. Let's call it MSG. This is like glutamate, monosodium glutamate. But I think in our case, this is not important because, I mean, it's just a different salt that we would be storing somewhere that the executable can access anyway. And right now, our executable just depends on its database. So it would just be another entry in the database. So, The NAD parameter, which is used to fold any additional data into the hash value. Oh my God. So it's not just monosodium glutamate. What even is this? This is another source of umami. This is like the soy sauce. I don't know. Functionally, this behaves almost exactly like the secret or salt parameters. The add parameter is folding into the value of the hash. However, this parameter is used for different data. The salt should be a random string stored alongside your password. The secret should be a random key only usable at hashing time. The AD is for any other data. It's truffle. Yeah, maybe. Parmesan. I don't think we have a good example because it's, I don't know. You know what? Pepper. You know what? This is salt is salt, secret is pepper, and AD is I don't know, MSG. I don't know. Okay. So I think we don't need any of these things and we're gonna be fine. I don't know though what are good values for these guys. Oh, here's the good values. Baseline parameters for interactive logins using Argon 2 I type. Baseline parameters for normal usage using Argon I type, Argon 2i. Baseline parameters for offline usage. Interactive 2 ID using Argon 2 ID. I don't know which Argon should I be using. What's what's ID? Recommended parameters for Argon 2 ID type according to the OWASP cheat sheet. T is 2. Also, wait, what does from limits return? Returns a self. Oh, okay. So these, so wait, a self, wait, what is a self? Oh no, Frank. Frank, okay, Frank is this in simple structs. Don't these, just call it params, man. Just call it params. You're calling this in params, just call it params. Okay, so basically, so these are values. Okay, so these are like already initialized. P equals 1. Interesting. Does this guy also P equals 1? This guy always P equals 1. Okay. Argon 2 ID, 64 megabyte memory for iterations, and then save a per user solves to prevent rainbow table attacks. Yeah. Argon 2 ID. Is this something you find in mode? Okay, let's learn about this. Argon 2D, Argon 2I, Argon 2 ID. So Argon 2D is faster and uses data-depending memory access, which makes it highly resistant against GPU cracking attacks and suitable for applications with no threats from side channel timing attacks, e.g. cryptocurrencies. No threats from side channel timing attacks. Well, in our case, we do care about side channel because it's an interactive login session. Argon 2i instead uses data independent memory access, which is preferred for password hashing and password-based key derivation, but it's slower and it makes more passes over the memory to protect from trade-off attacks. Argon 2 ID is an hybrid using a combination of data-dependent and data-independent memory accesses, which gives some of 2i's resistance to side channel cache timing attacks, and oh yeah, and much of Argon 2D's resistance to GPU cracking attacks. Okay, so so we're going for Argon 2 ID. You're saying 64 megabyte memory. Is it one of these settings? Interactive 2 ID. 4 iterations. Okay, so it's none of these specific ones. So you're suggesting a special mix just for D2. Okay. Okay, so we do init hash. And oh, what's DKLAN? And this returns an H0. Okay. Also, sorry, let me reopen flow without that thing so that we don't see the spam anymore. Okay, we were looking at Argon. Blocks, but I think the public interface is just that one, right? Oh no, wait, init hash is not even public. Wait a second, I thought that would be, but it's not. So you can grab params Wait, are there like wait, what's pub in here then? Oh, DKF derives a key from the password, salt, and argon 2 parameters. The right key has to be at least 4 bytes length. Salt has to be at least 4 bytes, 8 bytes length. Create, verify, hash options, stir hash. Oh, there we go. I think this is the interface that Kurtoko was talking about earlier. Compute the hash of a password using the argon2 key derivation function. The function returns a string that includes all the parameters required for verification. Oh, wait. Okay, so this is the password out, verify options. Allocator is required for argon2. Okay. String password verify options. Awesome. Okay, so hash options, what are those? Allocator, params, mode, which does default to argon2 ID, encoding, PHC. I don't know what those different encodings do, but I don't know. I guess I'll take the default. Okay, so this is a module level thing. So it's crypto argon 2. So it's just crypto argon 2 dot. Can we also do this? Did I get this wrong? Oh, it's PW hash. PW hash. Okay. So there we go. PW hash. Password options out. Oh, nice. It does the auto completion. Okay. So password cmd dot admin dot password. Our options and then our out. Right, but we don't know how big out needs to be. Wait, I'm a little bit confused. Out is the buffer, but we don't know how big this buffer needs to be. Maybe it depends on params. No, it doesn't. It's probably written somewhere. It's just not made obvious right away. Okay, so let's go with what Crypto Code was saying. So we want basically something like this. From limits. He was saying 4 passes, 4 iterations, 64 megabyte. Do we have a unit somewhere? I think we do, right? So I can do. Oh, I cannot multiply in flow right now. That's unfortunate. um, SED on math has maybe some of this stuff. Let's see, what do we have? Any mention of kilo, mega? Oh no, maybe mem has this stuff, these units. Mega, no. It's possible that KDF is needed when using salt. Um, maybe, but in reality, we can just plop it here. So instead of doing just from limits, well, we do from limits to get an instance of this guy, and then we modify it to, or we just plop in numbers. You know what? Stir hash. Let's see. Options allocator or else return error.allocator required. Hmm. PHC format hasher create. What is salt? Random bytes add salt. Wait, where the fuck is salt coming from? Oh, here. Wait, I think you don't provide the salt. I think it makes sense that you don't provide the salt. It it selects it for you, but then it needs to tell us which salt it used, right? Oh, you know what's going on, crypto? I know what it is happening. It's just giving you a string that contains the password hash and the salt, and probably it also serializes the parameters, I'm guessing. So it's making just that one string that you can just take and digest. Yeah. It also the same parameter. Also the parameters are in there. So it's just a one field in your database, I guess. And if we look at verify, yeah, if you look at string verify, you just pass the string thingy, and yeah, you don't have to configure anything so that you don't risk misconfiguring shit. Yeah. Which is all fine by me. So that means that we can literally do this. Do we really have no format? Sorry, not. God damn it! I cannot type star. So that's 64 kilobytes. And 64 megabytes. Okay, so these are our params. The only problem right now is that I don't know how big out is supposed to be. But I guess it has variable length. Star hash, compute the hash of a password using the authentication function. The function returns a string that includes all the parameters required for verification. Oh yeah, it also did tell us. But it does return a string, but it also gets out. So I'm guessing this is a writable buffer, and this basically just tells you how many bytes were written in it. But man, I wish I knew how big this shit needs to be. Yeah, this is buff. And I guess we do write into buff. Yeah, and then we return how many bytes we've written. But come on, man, tell me how big this shit needs to be. Wait, where's the encoding stuff? Encoding, 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 encoding. There we go. Verify. Create. Yeah, it's just not known statically. So I don't know. What's a good number? I'll make a 4 kilobyte buffer. What can I do? Okay. Is the other encoding better for us by any chance? What if I use crypt encoding? Ah, whatever. Let's not mess with that. Okay, so that means that our table needs to be different. So let's call it password stir, password argon 2. No need to save the other stuff separately. And you know what? Actually, it probably writes down if it is argon 2 or whatever it is. So let's just call it password hash. It's not just the hash, it's more than the hash, but I think it's fine. Uh, possibilities at the top of the file with the other length definitions. Well, the thing is, it's definitely variable because if it was fixed length, then we would be speaking in fixed length buffers for sure, without a doubt. So there is some variability. The problem is it's not telling me, what is a good maximum value. Hey, Neurosite, welcome back. Hey, now, yeah, I'm a full-time Flow user now. What's Flow again? This, my editor, flow control.dev. Could you either disable Facebook stream chat or make sure it comes over? What? Oh, you're talking about YouTube. Yeah, YouTube is borked. Let me restart Bork. I restarted Bork, so YouTube should be fine now. Sorry, YouTube people. I'm gonna fix this, I promise. Why the password as text and not as blob? Good question. I'm trying to see. I haven't looked into this stuff in a while. I see that here avatar is untyped even. So there's a reason why I left this avatar untyped. So I don't know. In any case, this password hash is actually text. This is not just the hash bytes. This has been encoded. So I think I'm fairly confident that this will be a readable text. I'll you know what? I'll show you. I'm gonna print this stuff. Also, I think that this is a try. Yeah, this can error out. Well, this is more like catch. Okay, so this should all be fine. I don't remember if this is exec or exec something else, because up until now we used exec no args, but we can't go to definition on it either. So I don't know. I guess it's fine. We need GPA, which we never needed up until now. This has exec users. No, this is exec admin. Local variable is never mutated. You're right. Passed down by pointer. Okay, the only problem is that we don't have GPA, so we need to pass around GPA. We are ignoring load for now, although it's not gonna allow us to build until we fix this guy. So okay, fine. Load is gonna be let's just hardcode it for now. This guy needs GPA. We need GPA. Server.sig blah 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 blah. We have a GPA in here. Yeah, we do. Okay, so this is where we do the GPA stuff. So that's what we pass down. But what is this init? This init is gonna be um there we go. Is slash working for you? Find. It is working for me, but I'm not using the key KP slash. I think. Let me double check. I might, and I might be misremembering. Um, right bracket all GUI. Dot. I think it's. I think this is it. FSLH. I don't know what's FSLH, but it's not part of the KP, right? Because otherwise it would be a KP thingy. Oh, backslash. Oh, forward slash. Backslash. Oh, wait. Um, Here I have backslash. So wait, it's not backslash that I have on search. So search is fine. Well, look, both are fine. I don't know what's up with the star. Tell me the truth. You changed something. I saw there were some, no wait, what am I doing? I saw that there were some changes to helix.json. I'm gonna find it and call you out. I saw changes to the helix file. Tell the truth that you borked it. Admit it. Flow.json. Okay. Flow.json. Where's the change to helix.json? Did I pass it and didn't notice? Actually, how do you git log? I want to see the history of just one file. Can I do this directly on helix.json? Actually, I don't even know where that file is. Oh, there we go. Keybind. There we go. Space. Last speaker, last palette. Show symbols. Last palette. Oh. No, that's fine, actually. What happened? We no longer match key bindings on alternate text, which is intentional and needed for international keyboards, but that also means key binding on KP keys must be explicit. I see. Well, mystery solved. Mm-hmm. Okay, so how are we doing? This cannot be database load. Yeah, you're right. This is currently, again, this is not great, but I just want this to build. Do we zig build? Unable to find build.zone. That's not really fair. That explains also why ZLS wasn't being particularly helpful. We borked the build completely. Also zig up master. There we go. Okay, a few things were wrong. Switch on type optional thingy in server 65. Yeah. Expected a null terminated string. Well, shit. Good news that our strings are null terminated normally. So we'll survive. But holy cow. There you go, man. There you go. Null terminated. Null terminated. Hopefully. Error union is ignored. Server 65. I guess you need to try this. And try this. Okay. We built. Okay, so with this, I should be able to do zig build run. Serve -- server init. Fatal error, missing server name argument. Yeah. Missing admin name argument. Okay. We can, I want to see all the errors. Missing argument to server name. Admin password banana. While processing query settings index 0, fatalDB error table settings already exists. That actually surprises me. Why are we not getting an even harder error? Because here we're saying flags create. I expected flags create to fail opening if the database already exists. That surprises me. I'm surprised. Sure, I'm prized. Interesting. Well, we can remove the database and see what happens. There we go. Admin password. Yeah, check this out. Argon2 ID. V M T P. Then the password stuff. I don't know where the password ends and the password hash ends and the salt begins, but it's in there somewhere. Table users has 7 columns, but 8 values were supplied. Fuck. What did we do wrong? Sacre bleu. ID 0. Created 0. updated 0 handle. Oh, I think it's this 0 here. That's too many. Too much. Password hash and then display name. Yeah. There. Fair complaint, SQLite. There we go. That was slow. Wait, that took a while, man, to happen. The password hashing is brutal. Holy fucking shit. Now here's a question though. By making the password hashing too hard, don't you risk that you give an opportunity to attackers to like DDoS you just by attempting a bunch of logins all at once and they just choke your machine hard because of that? Does this open call have the same flags as open? Um, Good question. I don't know. Well, not exactly because the open flags are specified by SQLite, but there might be an equivalent of what you define, and it's not create maybe. There's exclusive. There's create exclusive. There's exclusive. The fuck is this? XRES code. XRES code. Oh, this is right. Okay, I think I should have exclusive. No, but exclusive also is not the point, right? Or maybe it is. We can try. Yeah, no, exclusive means that there is no other process in the meantime that is using it, that we don't allow other processes to use the database at the same time. It's not about creating the file from scratch. I think we don't have this flag in here. Let's see. You can rate limit logins for sure. We definitely need to have. We're gonna need to be able to rate limit a bunch of different things, not just this stuff. Okay, so maybe we can do something. We can relax this guy a little bit. Yeah. So, okay, something more relaxed we were saying would be we don't do, let's look at the limits. Maybe we can do interactive to ID. We can go with this suggestion from Frank. Although this seems lighter. Interactive to ID. Interactive, oh, underscore to ID. Okay, let me see again. Why is it fucking rebuilding every single time? Yeah, I think maybe this is fine. Well, okay, let's go with this. Okay. So we have an admin user. Congrats to ourselves. We have successfully initialized. Now um, we need to log this user in, and let's see. SQLite 3 Open V2. I don't know what I'm using because I am using V2. Yes. Open 16, Open V2. But I guess that's the new fancy stuff. Oh, you know, also what I'm curious about, can you do async with SQLite? Does anybody know? I think that even if there is something, probably for us to integrate this with Zig Async is not going to be a good time anyway. But, well, now this is SQLite 3 complete. Busy handler, busy timeout, get table, interrupt. Hmm. I wonder how that's going to work. Yeah, threads only. So the operation itself is not really async, but I see. So that means that if you're doing something like green threads, then you're basically still gonna choke one thread from the thread pool. So yeah. Eh. SQL Open Exclusive and SQL Open Create is used to indicate async VFS. Uh-oh. VFS object and registering it with SQLite VFS register. When files open via this VFS are written to, the data is not written directly to disk, but it's placed on a write queue. When files open with the asynchronous VFS are read from, the data is read from the file on disk and the write queue, so that the point of view the VFS reader X write appears to have already completed. Async initialize, async shutdown, limitations, locking and concurrency, compilation and usage, porting. Async mutex enter, async mutex leave, cond wait, signal, sched yield. To port asynchronous IO extension to another platform, the user must implement mutex and condition variable primitives for the new platform. Currently, there is no externally available interface to allow this, but modifying the code within SQLite 3 async.c to include the new platform's concurrency primitives is relatively easy. Search for these guys. Huh. That seems interesting because I think that we could make this work, because I think as long as there's a way for us to sneak in some extra context around, which we could probably make work with thread locals. Well, right now this is not a problem because as in today, because we're using io.threaded, which I don't know, it's fine as is. Basically, it's doing blocking IO anyway. But maybe there's a way of jerry rigging this to io.evented. You know what? This is going to be something that I want to explore for sure when the time comes. Yeah, definitely. Okay, this is cool. This is cool. Cool stuff. And you know what? Maybe I could still come to the conclusion that for D2, async IO like that is not worth it. I don't know. We'll see. In any case, give me a second. I'll be right back. And our next job is to we need to get the admin user to properly log in. So it might be actually involved because I don't remember if we load data from disk for real and if we use it for real from the database. So we'll need to check that out. I'll be right back. I'm back. Let's see. I read a bit more, and SQI 3 Open does not even have a flags argument, so Open Exclusive is only meant to be used internally by VFS. I see. Let's see. With authentication, you always have the trade-off between brute forceability and possibility for denial of service. If you choose a hash function, fast hash function, then no protection. If you choose a slow one, high risk for denial of service. Yeah, I'm. You can solve this problem for the threat model of an online brute force attack. I think that we definitely need rate limiting, like one bajillion percent, one mega bajillion percent. We don't have it yet, but yeah. Okay, let's get our good guy admin to log in. Okay. Let's take a look at server. Because when we run it, which should not live in server.zig anymore. I think it needs to have, this stuff needs to move to its own function. Plus related functions. So you know what? Let's go on adventure. Client manager, TCP read, TCP write, UDP, client, state, fatal help. No. Cut. Run.zig. There we go. Oops. I think those should be copied over because actually we can probably cut most of those because the reality is that they are needed here. There you go. What else are we missing? Options. There's no log. Right. But fatal. I think that fatal in this context can be a cd debug print. I think that's fine. But fatal inside run should be based on log. Also, I think fatal IO only exists in here. Okay. This also is kind of a hack, but we put it here. Okay. Have you implemented async networking in Zig? Yes, we do have async networking in Zig. There's not everything is perfect, but you know, opening a TCP connection, you can do it. Sending UDP packets, you can do it. And everything that depends on that works. So yeah. In the GitHub repository, you link to a blog post explaining why you moved to Codeberg, and that blog post has a new Zig location. But it's not a link. Why is it not a link? I think Andrew made the stuff. Can you link me specifically to what you're referring to. Maybe it's, you know, like a silly oversight. I can commit a fix right away. Hmm. Okay, so this is it. And in server.zig, run zig run. Run zig run. There we go. Unable to find d2.zig. Indeed. Happy now? 30 problems. Oh no. GPA. Hmm. So now GPA is not a thing anymore. That's not good. I think that we need to pass down GPA and IO. Sorry, IO and then GPA. And we should pass down also the argument iterator. So right now we're not using it, but GPA allocator and args. Oh, args IT. Just IT, I guess. Ah, shit, I don't have star. Um, I think we have a bunch of places where we assume global allocators. Do we do them global? You know what? We really don't have a reason to do differently, so whatever. Eh, I don't know. Maybe it's a bad idea, but we'll change that in the future if it is. Okay. Okay, let's see. Yeah. Oh, okay, so we're saying where's the link to where Git went, Zig went? Went here. Okay. Or are you saying that the word migration plan, the expression migration plan, should be? Wait. I see. The fact that it's not mentioned in here at all. I think it's fine. There's a link. I think people don't care about the blog post anymore. They already got mad at it enough already. So, okay. So we move this stuff over. We have. Oh crap! What did I do? What? Not run. This link build. Okay. What's the next problem? Unable to load init.zig. File not found. Oh, wait. Did I move over loading init.zig in here? No. Oh, this guy. Yeah, what do you mean? This file is here. Ooh. Oh, no. /int unable to load in a zip file not found. Wait. What? What is going on? Oh, try import server init to load. Oh, I see. It's the load stuff. Okay, it's the other call. So we didn't run. Inside run, and here we're calling load at some point. Yeah, and this is now a sibling. Okay. Accepted one argument found 3. Right. We decided to go for global stuff. So there you go. Almost happy. Not happy yet, but getting there. When is it that work will get updated? That is a good point. I think I want to work some more on D2, get to some kind of checkpoint, and then move to another project for a while, which might be Borg, do something to it, get to a nice checkpoint, move over. So like I always do the same thing. Work on a project for a while, reach a checkpoint, move to the next project, and keep cycling my projects that way. So I don't have an exact timeline because I don't know what exactly satisfying checkpoint looks like for D2. But I restarted Borg a moment ago. It shouldn't have. YouTube should not be completely borked. What the heck? There we go. Now, I tell you what happened. I fixed by restarting Borg, I fixed the bug in. What the fuck is going on? Why did the second time around YouTube authentication not show up? And why is this taking forever to load? Hello? I think YouTube is not doing fine. Borg already has some access. Yeah. I don't know. I'm sorry. YouTube is ass. It's just so ass. I have bugs in Borg, so not claiming that my stuff is perfect, but I don't know. Anyway, this should be fine. It didn't work. Let me see. Test. You're right. It's not working, but if it's not working across restarts, then I think what happened is that I ran out of token quota on YouTube. That has to be necessarily it. You know what? Maybe it's not that I've run out of quota. Google hasn't verified this app. Oh, now I get a different menu. Okay, no, now I get this one. You know what I think it's happening? I think that YouTube is doing something. I think they're touching their backend. I think they're touching their backend, and something is not working right now. I might be wrong, but I'm starting to think that it's not on me. I think this one might be on Google. So here's what I'll do. There you go. Look. I'll do the best I can, which is this. So if I miss something on YouTube, let me know. Let's see. I don't see any reason why out should be variable size. Hash should be fixed size, and params should be a fixed size depend only on your params. Or am I missing something? Some encodings have variable length. They're not all fixed length. So yeah, I think that no space for editor. Well, I'm not gonna keep this open all the time, but I can tab to it. Okay, next problems. Init data. So here, init data is lying. Init data is loading. Here, init data is loading a fake user. Actually, two fake users. It's loading channels also. It's loading messages. It's creating a bunch of stuff. It's creating also a voice channel. So none of these things come from the database. These are, I don't know what we can call them, fixtures, I guess, but they exist in memory only. And this is done on load. So the question is, what does this load even do then in the first place? So I guess it's time for us to learn what load does actually. And I think the load needs to go away from init.zig and it needs to either move inside of run or it needs to maybe have its own file. I don't know, but it shouldn't stay in here. So let's see what we're doing here. We open the database, set some stuff, foreign keys through journal mode wall, synchronous normal, temp store memory. Select ID handle display name avatar from users. Oh, so wait, so we do load users from the database. Okay. And we load them in memory. That is well, that is a problematic choice, right? Because we don't really want to load in memory all users, or do we? Maybe we do. We certainly cannot keep in memory all messages, obviously. Do we keep in memory all users? Or do we fetch them on disk and we keep in memory only the ones that are actively logged in? Huh. That is indeed a question, isn't it? Let's assume that we keep them on disk and we don't load them. We're talking about a TeamSpeak style server, right? Then I think the amount of total users should be fairly limited. I would say that's potentially what's going to happen in the beginning for sure. There is nothing that prevents you from having a chunky instance. That actually was true also for TeamSpeak servers. There were some public TeamSpeak servers that had a healthy amount of people in them. Maybe not same scale as Discord, where you have thousands of users in a Discord server, most of which don't interact or care about your server, but that's a different story. So I agree with the point that I think it's correct to say that that's what you should expect on average. But there might be bigger servers. Like imagine if a streamer decides to set up, a popular streamer decides to set up one of these things, then they would have their own, few thousands of users easily. Um, Huh. I think the way I would reason about this is assume that everything is in database first, and then what we can do eventually is have caching. So the idea is, in any case, you always have the ability to fetch a given resource from the database, but then you assume to have a local cache, and you try to hit the local cache first before checking the database. And we use that as the general approach. Um, if we do this, oh, I think this is good. Okay, so that means that we don't load users at all, or when implement is out, because I think the code is actually useful. Uh, we do keep in memory of existing chat channels, so we do load channels that way, definitely. Yeah. I think it would be reasonable also for a D2 server to have a starting set of channels that then as the admin you can decide to, rename, delete, do whatever you want with them. But I think it makes sense to have something as a starting point. So that means that we're gonna add this to the init code. Messages, yeah, no, we don't load messages for sure. There's a table type. Do we use it anywhere? No. Okay. So there's a, we can delete that. Okay. So that means that we want to, I think, also this function was so funny because it closes the connection, doesn't return it, and then is initializes host. Oh man. Is there something like the opposite of create? No. Load the last 50 active users. Yeah, that is one reasonable way of doing what I just described as adding caching basically. But let's start without caching because it works and it's it's fine, and then we can add caching once we need to worry about scale, if we ever will have. Hello, Calder. So so this guy comes with me and it will have to change significantly. To be fair though, all this stuff was like not even prototyped. Prototype is probably an overstatement. This was like just dropped there as I was figuring stuff out a little bit, and never really it's not wired in. So this is the first time we're wiring this stuff in for real. So server, I think in here what we want to do is mkdir run and touch run slash maybe we can call it database or we can call it queries. You know what? I think calling it database is better. Database.zig. Okay, check this out. Here's what we do. So we have database.zig. We paste this stuff in here, but we make this a struct. Oh, don't tell me that I gave it a lowercase name. Fuck, I gave it a lowercase name. Okay, we're gonna have to fix this soon. But we have a database thing, and inside it contains just connection, which is a pointer to, oh my god, pointer, please. Pointer to a ZQ, oh, ZQLite.con connection. Okay, what is ZQLite? Oh, we don't have ZQLite. That explains the problem. I think it's con. There we go. Okay, contains a database connection, and for now it doesn't contain anything else. And then we do pub function init. And actually this load here should be init basically. Init, and you give it a pointer to a host, yes, because we load some stuff in host. And then we return void because we also set ourselves in there. Loads initial data in host, including setting the host.db to, well, including initial, including host.db. Okay, let's leave it as that for now. Okay. Also, I think I created this in the wrong place. What? Oh, this is the old database that this guy thought I was creating. Cat database.zig. So yeah, here one is empty. Okay, move. There we go. But this guy doesn't exist. Why does Flow keep reproposing it? Also, wait a second. There's a server directory in here. Oh no. What have I done? Okay. Okay, this now is correct. Run database.zig. Init.zig roll delete put run the zig database.zig user delete put. Okay, so far so good. These all make sense. Now let's not get memed by Flow. This is the one that we want. Oh, also wait. Forgot another thing. Run, move. There we go. Okay. So we have init. The signature is a little bit weird, but I guess for now it's fine. We need FatalDB. Right now, Run has FatalDB, I think, but FatalDB is oh no, Init has FatalDB. We need it too. I'm just gonna copy paste it. Oh, but not here. In database. Log DB and built in. Okay, so far so good. Now we need to modify D2 host in the server to have something server only. Oh, that is actually very interesting because the client will want to have a database as well, but it's not going to be per host. So never mind. It is definitely something that where the client and the server differ. So server will have this. Will have DB, which is a database. What is a database? A database is we need to do the import in here, I think. If we can just straight up do import server slash run slash database, right? Yeah, there we go. So we have DB. Oh, what am I doing? This goes here. Okay, wait. It's basically this again, but it's called server. Wait, really? No, I'm doing something stupid. I know that I'm doing something stupid because this does not need to live in here. This definitely does not need to live in here. Okay, give me a sec. Going to run.zig. Let's take a look at state. I don't think we want state host. We want to modify host, but we want DB to be in state. And actually, does DB need to synchronize? Oh, that is an interesting question. So state is a group of things that I'm protecting with one mutex, where basically you lock the state so you have a consistent view of everything, and then you release the lock once you're done. But does database access need locking? Because the database itself is already, I believe, protected on its own. So do we even care? Is it even part of state at all? I think it doesn't need to. So that means that we are creating a top level DB value. So we're doing something like var DB database equals undefined. And then in run, when we load this data, we initialize it. We initialize it this way. Loading database, we do db.init, basically. Well, we don't have a reason to do it this way. We can do it this way. And then we pass it also host. Yeah. Okay. This becomes an defer. Straight up. no function named init in server run database. And yet, oh, it's like this. Expected arguments found one. There, GPA. Do we need GPA? We probably do. Okay. So this opens the connection. We need to stop hard coding this, but one step at a time. We load the database in the database. We set some flags. We populate channels. So the idea is that we keep all channels in memory all the whole time. That seems fine. That seems reasonable, probably. Okay. And then I think the database needs some methods. So database needs something like pub function find the user, for example. I wish the database itself had support for password authentication. So we can even make specialized queries, right? Because we can say, you know what, we're gonna do get user password, get password stir, something like that. Or just, you know what, we can do something better. We can even do validate password. Does that make sense? Are we putting too much logic into this database thingy? Uh, um, eh, yeah, I think there's no point in that. Let's just make getters. On a properly encrypted path. No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about if it would be cool if you could just send the user password to the database without having to do to get data from the database, and you do the opposite. You send the password, and then the database gives you the user if the hash matches. But never mind, silly idea. Get password str. Username is const u8. So this returns pswd hash. Pswd hash. Just call it password hash. Okay. And we need database. Select pswd hash from users. Where actually, is it users or is it user? Users. From users where we call it handle. Where handle equals $0. Or does it start at 1? I think it starts at 1, doesn't it? I think here we started at 1. Yeah, and we were happy. Okay. Username. Okay, all these options kind of suck. To be honest, this doesn't really need multi-line thingy. Okay, so how do you get from a query? It's not exec. This is rows, so I guess we call row. I need to um look at the docs of this thing. ZQ Lite. Oh no, ZQ Lite. So there's row. Is there something like scalar? Row gives you a row, changes, exec no argues, transaction commit, prepare, close. Okay, so it's rows, and then it's just okay, row. So row, and we're saying returns an optional row. Okay, so I think in a query error, we need to. This needs to not be able to return an error. This needs to be able to. This needs to return optional, and this needs to be a catch fatal DB. Oh, check this out! Holy shit! Check this out! Check this out! Because in this file, you know what? We don't need fatal at all anymore. Oh, we weren't even using it, so no fatal. Yes, fatal DB, but fatal DB takes in a DB database. So we can do this. db.fatal. Was it row.get0? Something like this. Row.get. What's the type? Consuate. How are we gonna free this value though? How are we gonna free that value? How is this stuff supposed to work? There's row.dinit. Uh, row exposes a dinit and dinit error method. It should only be called when the row was fetched directly from connection row. I guess this is what frees that string then. That is bad because then mm, transaction blobs. When binding a const to it, this library has no way to tell whether the value should be treated as a text or a blob. Oh, wait, there's a question mark? Wait, are these supposed to be question marks instead of dollar signs? Hello? Hello? Oh, I think these are question marks. That's bad. The thing is not complaining if you have unused arguments. Well, shit. And they started 0? No, they started 1. Wait, does it accept like both syntaxes? Multiple placeholders, interesting. Okay, we should probably standardize over the question mark. Okay, so is it possible for me to return this damn string? Do I need to copy it? I hope I don't need... man, if I need to copy this, this is bad. It's really unclear to me what is the lifetime of strings and how I'm supposed to do this stuff with this system. Transaction blobs, pool. Simple thread safe connection pool. Oh no. It's alive until you call next. I see. So it is some kind of internal buffer. So I need to copy it if I want others to use it. So if that is the case, then we need to do the inverse. Then we need to have this be check password hash. Something like get user or maybe auth user. Returns an instance of a given, well, returns the given user if yeah, we need to do everything at once because otherwise we complicate lifetime management of this stuff. Okay. Get user by login. That's not bad. Maybe by auth. By login. Yeah, by login. I'll take it. Thank you. And I think we need now an error set. We need to say not found. We need to say password that doesn't match. And then it's either one of these two or p2.user. Okay. Okay, so we fetch okay, this is the password hash. And we also want to return this. Well, we not exactly return, but break from it, break it out of the block. Now we need to validate with what was it, Argon 2. So it's std crypto pw hash dot argon 2 dot I forget, stir verify, stir password options, options. Let's see what's in those options. Just an allocator. Okay. Which is necessary in our case. Yeah. So we need GPA. Okay. Okay, what does this guy return? Error or void? What's error? Usher error or allocation required? Usher error is KDF error or PC format error, which is errors.error. SCD mem allocator error, thread spawn error. Oh, this guy spawns threads? But it shouldn't if we set the thing to 1. Yeah, these errors are kind of not great. Like, in general, I would say. What is this guy? Encoding error or no space left? No space left? What? Wait a second. These errors are sus. Where's the where is the where is it like the bad password error? Encoding error, no space left. There's an errors dot error. Oh. Oh wait, that's right. Authentication error, output too long error, identity element error, encoding error, signature verification error, key mismatch error, no canonical error, not square error, password. I guess it's password verification error. So here's what we do. We catch. Mm, I don't know. Uh, It only verifies hash, not password. No, it does verify password. Otherwise, it wouldn't be asking you for the original password. And exit like an error. No, these are bad errors. Like if a user gives me a wrong password, then yeah, it's a wrong password. But if any of like if you're running out of memory, I'm not handling out of memory right now, so I'm assuming that on out of memory we die. Um, and all the other errors here are because these thing has a suspicious error set, and I think that most errors are either impossible or if they're present, they highlight like API usage errors or implementation bugs. And I would consider any of those errors uh, not recoverable. Like if I use the API wrong and I hit some kind of error from the API, like I just want to see a crash right away. So it's because these errors are weird. I don't expect actually any of these errors to happen. I assume that these other ones are impossible out of memory. I'm fine with considering a crash right now, and I think there's nothing else except password verification error, which I turn into error.password because this is my error set. Okay, so if the password was verified, then we have the password hash, and now we want to get the rest of the user. So row select star. We can do select star in theory, but we don't want select star. So if we actually want to be precise, we want to select everything except password hash because we already asked for it. So in here, let's say user ID created, updated, handle, password hash. We also don't need handle. So we need ID created, updated, maybe updated. I don't even know if we need. I'll take for now ID, display name, and avatar. How do you express this? I think it's like this, right? Select, and then you say ID, display name, avatar. Okay. So I guess we can do this. Okay, let's still call it maybe a row then. Although we don't really expect. I guess the only reason why the user might be gone in the meantime is if somebody is trying to log themselves in and we delete them in a way that happens um yeah, I think it's fine. Okay, I think it's fine to protect ourselves against this. So although we'll need to solve things happening at the same time at some point, we'll see. Maybe we do need to lock state to perform this operation after all. We'll see. Row, and then we do return. Also we didn't copy password hash. We didn't copy password hash, and we have not. Okay, let's do this. Create updated handle. Oh, it's not maybe row. This is just row. Okay. Okay, so this seems fine. Um, get user by login. Can return not found or password. Init. Catch DB fatal. GPA dupe. Catch boom. Also, these guys need to be catch-zoomed because the display name needs to be duped. And same with the avatar. Oh man, I wish this thing had an interface for just duping right away. Uh, I just wish I didn't have to wrap this thing into an external thing. Dupe, 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 dupe. We dupe everything except ID. Doesn't need duping. Handle. ID handle, display name, avatar. Oh, look, interesting. We also had the same thing in here. So perfect. So now we can go into run. No, I have there's gpa.dupe. You can do it on an allocate. The allocator interface has duplication. But I was hoping that the database would have a function, a getter that also accepts an allocator, and that would do that for you right away. Actually, maybe that should even be the default for something that accepts a string. Wait, you know what? I didn't check for the signature of certain things. Wait a second. Let's go back to connection. So text. No, bro. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. Text Z, column bytes, column type, bind. Yeah. Unfortunate. You gotta dupe yourself manually. Yeah. That is such a small but, I don't know, obvious quality of life thing. Maybe I'm gonna fork this project just to add this thing and then see NPR it and see if the author is interested. Okay, so that means that now in init, okay, let me think about this stuff again. So that means that in init, also we're not duping anything in here. That is not good. Where's my duping? We ain't duping. Oh no, got a dupe, man. You got a dupe. You got a dupe. Oh, this is a value. Oh, a connection is a wrapper, right? So, yep, there we go. Okay. I think I like text more as well. So let's do text. Okay, that reduces the noise somewhat. I still wish I had like something like text dupe. Okay. Okay, so now in run, we do have a database. Now when we are when we are authenticating a client, we do get an authentication request. Error processing authenticate. Client.authenticate request. Client as a method. Right. Oh, it locks state. And it checks for that. Okay. Client authenticated successfully. And this realizes a reply failure. Okay, so it needs to be like this. Const user equals db.get user by login. Yeah. cmd.method password username. We are the initting this guy. So we need to dupe also username. Okay. So get user by login, username, cmd method password. Method password. So yeah, can you have no reason to complain. We're missing GPA, I think. Okay. Oh, too many S's. Okay. Catch error. This is it. Let's see, not found, password failed, auth attempt, invalid credentials. We return. On success, we have a user. We want to do d2 dot, no, we want to do state dot host dot users dot set. Yeah. Oh no, look at all these for something that is not generic. To have users dot set. Okay. Set user GPA. Okay, we can try this. No field or memory function in the init in optional connection row. Oh, so you do it on a row that does exist. Interesting. Expected type allocation required authentication failed. Oh, so it's authentication failed. Expected type not found. Username found out of memory or U8. Oh, we're missing catch. No field name password hash, which we need to add. Unsupported custom type. U64. Oh my god, this guy only supports i64? Bro. That sucks. Mm. There you go. Intcast. Missing protocol size password hash in the two user. True. Wait a second. Wait a second though. This password hash. This password hash. Well, definitely not sending these to other clients. Right. The problem is that this type is shared. This is part of the protocol. It's shared by everybody. So either I put this in a server only field. I think this guy needs a server only field. So let's give it one. Server, switch context. Server only. There you go. Oops. No. Okay, let's see what YouTube is saying. Idea SSH based registration, SSH key based registration. Hey, Lord, Lord Skeleton, Sheleton. Thank you for the Prime sub. Thank you very much. SSH key based registration. Create account, paste public key, verify your key, decrypt the following in text, and paste answer. Login, uses username. No, I'm not gonna ask people to do shit with SSH keys until they genuinely want to opt into the higher trust levels. There are servers where just a not random username and password, it's fine, and you just don't care. Is Flow good? It is. It is definitely. I'm switching to it. Helix is not bad. I had a good time with Helix. I'm grateful that I was able to use Helix to learn the Helix keybinds. I find that they fit my brain well enough. Yeah, but now since I can use the same scheme with Flow, I'm switching to Flow. I'll show you one insane thing that Flow does, which Helix doesn't do, Veeam doesn't do, nobody does. Check this out. You see my cursor here? I'm leaving the cursor here next to catch. Then watch me scroll up. The cursor is now outside of the viewport. I'm in insert mode, and I'm gonna type arst. And I typed it where I left my cursor next to catch. Do that. Do that in Veeam. You can't. Because in other editors, the cursor cannot go off screen. And so you will start dragging the cursor up as you scroll. Which, if you think about it, it's a silly limitation. It shouldn't be there. And I don't know. That's one example of things that I like how are solved in Flow. Okay, let me double check that we're not doing anything extra stupid in our authenticate request flow. So we lock the state. We try to get the user from our database. On success, we set it locally. The thing is, we're not assuming that it could already be loaded locally. We need to account for that possibility. Either that or we never load users this way, but we kind of want to keep logged in users around, I think. Yeah, we do, because we're gonna people that are logged in are probably doing stuff, so we want to talk about them. So that makes sense to keep logged users around, I think. Um, so what I did just now, it's not fully sound, but you know what? It's a step forward. So let's do it. Then let's see. Client authenticated successfully. Everything else seems the same ultimately. What do we do with a user, for example? What does a user have? Oh, it's literally just these things. Okay, interesting. So a user doesn't contain weird information. That is good. So you know what? Maybe what we're doing here, even though it's not correct, it's not the end of the world. Okay. Well, I'll show you now though what the next problem is. Um oh, I'm also in a dumb directory. So I'll show you the next problem. Zig build serve run. Server run. Address in use. Oh, we have a running server? We do. Okay. Wait. Invalid resource run. Server run. Okay, we started our server. Zig build run. Now we're starting a client. Check out the next problem. Well, we crashed the server. Here's the problem. Let's see. Filed out of temp. Unknown user asked. Queued reply. Client TCP read started. Reached unreachable. Client authenticated different than null. Failed out attempt. Yeah, on a failed authentication attempt, we should be... What's going on? Wait, where is that assert? Client authenticated different than null. Run 183. Run client TCP read. Right, because we should be doing these things only if this worked. Oh, but this is returning without an error. And here we need, well, wherever this guy is called, which is here, we need an error, understandably. So this needs to be return error dot authentication, I guess. Authentication failed, but since it's already an error, we can just say error, I guess. Sorry, authenticate. Okay, the problem is that the client doesn't know how to handle rejection right now. So here's the problem. My client right now is authenticated, or rather has added the server. We have successfully went through the add server procedure, so it thinks that it deserves to be in here, and it doesn't have the logic to question that, like to be put into question. So um, I would say let's start from the beginning. So let's clear our state. Let's start from the beginning. So now we can see the problem. The problem here is that we put an IP address, we put a username, we don't even have space for a password. So step number one will be let's add a password to the mix because we don't even have that right now. My client is an incel. Yeah, just a little bit. Well, that happens when your entire logic is like a handful of prototyped lines of code. Okay, so I think it's empty.zig. Join existing, create server. Let's turn welcome one back to welcome. Here, David told me to use DVUI window header. So let's see how that works. I think he's saying that they should replace either all of these or at least most of these. So let's see how that looks like. DVUI.window header. Let's see. Normal widgets seen at the top of a floating window includes a close button, center title string, and a right string on the right. Handles raising and focusing the sub window on click. To make floating window only move on click drag in the header, used drag area set. Okay. And that returns a rect physical. Only value between window beginning and window end. Okay. I don't know. Let's see what happens. So string. String is add new server. There is no right string. Well, an empty one. Open flag, whether it's opened or not. Right. True. Open flag. Oh, it's wait, it's a boolean pointer, so it's telling me something. What is it telling me? If open flag button icon close. So it expects this boolean to be set to true to show some stuff. Rect physical. I guess it tells us about the contents of this thing. Should it have X button to close the dialog? My guess. I don't know. Let's do, I don't know, var foo equals true. I don't know. And then we do add foo. And I don't think we really care about the return stuff, at least for now. Maybe we do if we do the drag and set things. Oh, show head host. I guess I bet you that this guy is this guy. Okay, let's see how this goes. Okay. I don't think I want this thing to be resizable though. Okay, so like this, it's we can drag it no matter where we click. While he was saying that we want to make it draggable only on the title, it's this. Floating window. Drag area set, but is it oh, it's yeah, right, the window itself. What's the window? FW. Oh, what the fuck am I doing? Oh, I see. Okay. I'm starting to get it. Yeah. And now we can only drag it from the top, which matches my preferences. Uh Next thing that I would like to do is add password. We need a password field. Okay, now we have space password. I think we want the spacer. Can we have a spacer back? Why did it? Why do I not have a spacer anymore? It wants source and options. In options, once index attack roll, rect, expand, gravity, tab index. I think this might be a rect. What is this? It's a size type of some units. What this but what about this one? Oh no, it's okay. Okay, it's no, it's a size, it's a unitless size. Okay, that's what we have in here. But what does spacer want now? Okay, now I think we're ready to understand this guy. Um, empty widget used to take a space with dot mean size content. Mean size content. Mean size content, optional size. Okay, so that's what we want to set. Mean size content. Do-do-do. Explore your unit type. Oh. Are you going to reinvent text input or use something else for editing? I have a UI framework that I'm using called the UI. It's what you're seeing here. And it has already this stuff reinvented for me. So somebody had to reinvent it, but it doesn't have to be me this time. Okay, let's see if we can mask our password input. Kind DVUI. How do we say that this thing needs to mask what we write in there? Init options, text option, placeholder, cache layout, break lines, kerning, scroll, password char. There we go. Must be a single UTF-8 character. Password char. So in here we do Oh no. Space? That's evil. Okay, that copies asterisks, so it's not dumb. Actually, I think it should forbid copying entirely, but whatever. This is fine too, I guess. Okay. Huh. Okay, so now we can write down also a password. Uh, network error. Oh, it's not a network error. Failed out attempt unknown user admin. Cute reply. Error processing authenticate authentication. Client manager Coro exiting. Oh, right. That is the problem. Oh, this is funny. This is funny. Okay. Yeah, so I need to fix some things in the server still. Okay. We're getting there though. Let's keep fixing the client. So right now I'm not even passing around these. Also, I think the client has another problem, which is this. If I do this and then I press join, look, it says missing username, and this text, which is normally not visible, pushes down this other thing, but it. Oh, you see what the problem is, right? So we need to fix this. Um, I think these text by default should be a space instead of being empty or not showing. Like this should be like this. Oh, here's how it worked. If it was present, we would see this. Otherwise, it would show a spacer. The problem is that we commented out the spacer, so that is the problem. But I think we can do this. State error message. Let's see how that works, how that goes. Maybe it's a bad idea and I need to. Yeah, no, this works. Okay. I want to make this window non-resizable. I hate that it is resizable. Can we do this? Floating window. Init options. Modal. Rect. Center on. Open flag. Process events in the init. Stay above parent window. Window avoid. Nudge away from previously focused sub window. Might land on another. Nudge away from all sub windows. Interesting. Drag part. Okay, so it's not the init options. What about the other options? Corner radius. Max size. Box shadow. I think I might need expand. Default is none. What does that mean? Expand horizontal box. Oh, right. That's no, I know what that is. No, it is something specific to a floating window, but it might not be something that you can specify in these options. Yeah. Drag part. Drag part is kinda related to our stuff. Drag part, drag area. No, actually, it's not dragging. Never mind. It's not dragging. It's resizing. It might be that there is no option, so never mind. Whatever. It's fine. So we can get rid of this for real now. Okay. Next is host join, address streamed, username streamed. Well, we need to stream also the password. No, we can't. Password has to be sent verbatim. So password. Okay. Password. You set them to the same value. Can it be changed? Maybe, but the problem is that I'm not setting either because I'm letting the child, the content child of that window to decide the size of that window. So I think this is one of those things where probably telling this to David means that it's just a thing that he hasn't gone around doing yet. It's not guaranteed. Sometimes there's a way of doing things that is not immediately obvious if you're a new user, and so when I ask him, he explains this stuff to me. But otherwise, it can happen that there's like stuff that nobody has needed yet, and so it's not in the framework yet. So we init a bunch of stuff. Connected. There we go. Password is password. Okay, so we were sending password over the wire. We were just hard coding it to nothing. Now we are genuinely sending it over. And we're happy. Maybe. Let's see. Run host connect. So in client core, there's add host. Handle request reply to SNU, colors update. Add host. Add host. Add host. Add host join. Yeah, no. Okay, let's go to network. Wait, do we even have network anymore? Yeah, we do. Okay. Host connect mode. Yes. If the mode is join, there we go, log state. Oh, there's no more dedicated function. We just YOLO added there. Okay. Oh, there we go. Identity username. And this needs to accept password as well. There we go. You have the password in here. Load impl. Right. We're loading from disk. While it.next. Username it.next. Especially on a new line. Okay. Okay. Yeah, some of these things is because I haven't yet like persistence on the client side is also not real. Like the one in the server I'm creating for now. Like I'm starting the real one now, and the client is pretty much in the same situation, except that the client I didn't want to have to log in every single time. So in the client I have some janky form of persistence of server credentials, and so that's some of the redundancy that you're seeing. So that would be admin banana, I think. Maybe. Actually, I don't even remember. What did we say? Oh, admin name Christoph. Okay, so it's Christoph Banana. Join connected network error. Okay, so we made some progress. Fatal DB. Row value misused. Oh no. Oh no. Is the plan to hook up TLS directly in the server, or do you expect it to run behind the reverse proxy anyway? That is a very good question, CryptoCode. I don't know. On one hand, I think it would make sense for this thing to have built-in TLS because it makes no sense for you to run it without encryption. On the other end, let's say that we do have built-in TLS, then how do you get your hands on a certificate? And in my opinion, the easiest way to get your hands on a certificate is like Let's Encrypt. So probably the easiest way of setting this stuff up is that you have, I don't know, something like Nginx that worries about setting up your Let's Encrypt certificate, and then it does pass through. Does something like Nginx allow also like doing TCP reverse proxying? Yeah, like yeah, TCP plus TLS, awesome. That's nice. Well, the reason why I'm saying this is not even because of that. It's also I'm genuinely trying to think about myself. Like, what would I want to do to get this stuff working without going insane? I guess the alternative would be that we bundle into D2 itself the reverse proxy logic, which more specifically, we bundle into D2 itself the Let's Encrypt renewing stuff. Which I guess we could do. I don't know. I think there's also an argument in favor of saying um, that if we, like, for example, this is a reasonably nice setup, right? Nginx or whatever, caddy, assuming that caddy can do the same, whatever thing you want to put there, that does Let's Encrypt for you, and then you pass through. But that means that now D2 has effectively a dependency on something like Nginx. It could be worse, I guess, but now we have a runtime dependency. And one is, again, could be worse. One is definitely better than 10, but it's a lot worse than 0. So I think there's also something cute in something nice in being able to have 0 dependencies at runtime. So yeah, I don't know how much pain would it be to have a native Let's Encrypt renewal thingy. To be honest, it wouldn't be a bad idea to for somebody to implement that in the community so that we can have access to that, because there might be more stuff in the future that we want to have that. Certbot runs on its own anyway, usually. I have to be honest, in the past, I've always had horrible luck making the freaking Acme Certbot thing working on its own. I don't know why. I try to follow the instructions. Maybe it's me. Maybe it's a me problem. But in the past, it always had annoying issues. And I remember that I would think that I fixed it, and then I would start getting, the countdown emails that my certificates were about to expire, which made me have to face the fact that no, I didn't fix shit. In the end, I ended up usually making my web services with Go, and then having the Go framework have the automated Let's Encrypt certification renewal stuff directly baked into the server executable. So I think honestly that my preference would be have an option to be naked and be put behind a reverse proxy, but default to be be exposed directly on the internet and have your own certificate renewal based on Let's Encrypt. Or I guess alternatively, you specify your own thingy. So yeah, there's a bit of scope in here, huh? Man, we were like trying to get the basics right, but holy shit, is there a tower to climb to get this stuff off the ground, huh? Okay, so why am I failing to authenticate myself? Why is this guy pooping itself? Row volume is used. Unfortunate. Really unfortunate. You know how we can make this better? Check this out. I'm about to do a ninja move. Ninja move. We're going into database. We're going to fatal DB, and guess what? We're adding a new argument. std.builtin.source location. Is that it? Yeah. Actually, does it have FMT? Oh, that's unfortunate. It doesn't, but it's fine. So there you go. Is authentication implicit? No, it's not. Not at all. I had to put it back. In fact, everywhere. Database 100. Oh, what? Row value is used? PWB error. Row value is used. Why is it row value is used? Wait, is it typoed even? No, misused. Okay. Um, sued. Um, you can provide it automatically because here's the problem. I think that you basically by having that be a secret parameter, you're creating multiple instances of the same value, sorry, of the same function. Like I don't know, maybe not necessarily, but in any case, you're fucking around in a way that is not explicit. That I think that there were discussions in the past on how to do that automatically, but whatever, just pass around the argument. It's fine. So what am I doing wrong? What's wrong with my SQL? Which in this case means the SQL that I wrote. So um hmm the parentheses, you think so? Well, that was it. Congrats. Thank you. Client authenticated successfully. Now this seems empty. Usually when you see these, like something is missing. But in this case, this is fine. It's because our server doesn't have anything in it, so we need to give it, something. So let's give it a voice channel because that's usually what we concern ourselves with mainly. So by the way, can we join again? Oh, we failed parsing. I guess we failed parsing of that data because we fail at we fail at saving it. I guess in persistence load and update hosts. Yeah, look at this. Password. There we go. Okay, now we will remember. Now we will remember. Okay, so yeah, we were saying that now we want server, we want init to also include some default stuff, which we can totally do. Because admin, we leave it here because it's parameterized, but we can go into sections, channels. References, sections on delete set null. So that means the section, so a channel can have a null section then. Kind is an integer. Unique section sort. It's been a while since I designed these things, so I need to relearn what my intent was. So I think here we can do this. We can do insert. I think I'm going to copy this guy here. Insert into channels. Values. ID 0. Created 0. Section null. Sort 0. Name. Voice channel. Default voice channel. Kind. Where are those kinds defined? They are defined in protocol. No, they are defined in D2 channels. 0, 1, 2, 2. Unique cannot have you null. I don't remember. I think I figured this stuff out when I was writing this originally. Now I'm honestly not sure. I don't remember if what it's telling me. If I put on delete set null, it means that I deliberately expected this value to be null, and for that to be allowed. And so I would assume that unique allows null, and I think that it allows. I think that it considers null just one value. I don't know. You know what? I really don't know. I don't remember. We'll see. Um, okay, so with this we have the default voice channel. Maybe we'll see. Let's see if we can make it happen. Seems so. There's no voice channel though. That is unfortunate. The problem is host sync. We don't see what it's sending us, unfortunately. But I think that the problem here is that we might not be loading this guy. So it seems that the query went well, so that should be fine. Let's look at database and let's see what happens when we load this stuff. Select ID name from channel where kind equals question mark. Ah, there we go. We're filtering. Why are we filtering? No, because it's loading host.chats. Okay. So we need to basically do the same for voice channels. And by the way, we might also want to add a chat channel. Why not? Is it voices? Yeah. I'm a poet. I know. The two channels kind dot voice. Honestly, we could pull them without this filtering and in just one query and then dispatch them correctly, but whatever. For now, this is fine, I guess. Channels dot voice. Loaded voice chat. Okay, so this will load our voice chat. Let's see if we see it. Yeah. So we see that we're called admin. This is nice. We see the default voice channel. That's not bad. And now if we run the server with the echo, null is not evaluated. That's why unique can be a problem. Okay, we'll see. One sec. Test. Okay, that works. Well, there you go. We are starting to have some things that work. Not bad. So I think this might be my time. Yeah, it had an echo because well, if you mean that it had like a second echo, that's because I don't have like a volume threshold, and my headphones were picked up by my microphone, and they were looping a little bit. The main echo was because of the option. Yeah. So not bad. Not bad, I would say. We have the start of something. This is nice. So one important thing that is missing right now is well, let me clean my client, and then another big thing that is missing is uh we get a network error instead of getting that our authentication failed. So I think that's the next thing that I'll need to fix, and it's actually and I architected the authentication workflow wrong, so I'm gonna need to fix this. Can you try login without password? Sure. Join existing. Christoph. Join. Network error. Authentication does correctly fail. Oh wait, we killed the server even. Fatal error. Password verification failed. God damn it. So it was right. It was password verification failed that we would get from STD Crypto. I have to say, those error sets are messy. I think they should be cleaned up. The fact that it's unclear what even is the expected error return when you fail the password check, I don't know. I think it's kind of weird. Password verification failed. Okay. Not the greatest error message, but yeah. Failed to authentication attempt. Unknown user Christoph? Yeah, it's also unknown. Why? Unknown user Christoph. Oh, I can. Okay, okay. No. It's a log line that assumes to match. It's because previously I wasn't even checking passwords, so the only reason why it would not accept a user was because it was an unknown user. But now it's more nuanced. So there you go. This is now a nicer error. Okay. Okay. So this is it. Thank you all for hanging out. I hope you had a good time. And let me see who I'm gonna raid. Is YouTube fine? I hope the YouTube is fine. Refresh. Okay, YouTube seems fine. Anybody doing Zig? I'm not gonna rate otherwise. I'm gonna be lazy. Ethernet cable seems to be doing Zig. Is he doing Zig? Let's check. He's doing Zig. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, go say hi and yeah. Not fine.